Hello, hello, hello. I'm letting some more people come in here. I know that sometimes the YouTube notifications can be delayed or something, but anyway, happy to have everyone here. Hope that you're having a good Friday. I'm happy to announce, I don't know if announce maybe is not the right word, but I recently acquired a webcam. I'm hoping to introduce a face cam into my live streams at some point. I need to, figure out how to set that all up, but I think that'll be fun for, especially when I'm being really chatty. That way you can actually see me talking as opposed to just my hands if I stop drawing at some point during the live stream. So yeah, look forward to that. Probably in a couple months, just because it takes me a while to get around to learning new tech, and OBS kind of intimidates me, and introducing a webcam will mean I need to change up my live stream setup quite a bit. So, but yeah, that's going to be an exciting thing to introduce into my live streams, hopefully. Hello, hello. Hello, who is the elf guy on the bottom left? He is oh gosh. Is it Vex or is it Vax? I think it's Vax, from Vox Machina, which is a animated show on Amazon. He has a twin sister, and they're named Vex and Vax, and I always forget which name belongs to which character. Hey bestie, how are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you guys? I had a very big brunch. Hopefully that will time me over for the duration of this live stream. I always like eat too soon, and then I end up getting hungry like during the live stream. So I felt like I ate like right before. So hopefully that will last me. But the problem with that is I'm feeling a tiny bit lethargic because I have the like food coma vibes a little bit. But otherwise, I am doing good. Yay, glad to finally make it to the live. Hello, welcome to have you. Welcome to have you, happy to have you. There you go. Words. I was just saying how lethargic I am, so that checks out. But yeah, for anyone who is not familiar with this sketchbook series that I've been doing on my channel for the past year, this is my monthly favorite spread. I illustrate different things that were my favorites for the month. So last month was Extraordinary Heroes. I've been doing K-pop dance lessons, My Hero Academia Season 6, the webtoon Purple Hyacinth, and the new season of Bleach were my January favorites. Was just watching your lip tutorial, and this is a welcome transition. Oh, perfect. Yay. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know what we were just talking about, on my Patreon page, I do exclusive videos, and last month's exclusive video, I did a sketchbook page of mouth/lip studies, which, do I have it on hand here? Yes, I do. Yeah, on my Patreon page, I've been kind of exploring, doing a lot of practicing, and I do like real-time kind of process walkthroughs. Let me see. Hold on. Where is it? I don't do my sketchbooks in order, so it's sometimes kind of hard to find things. Where did I put it? This is like a impromptu sketchbook tour. Where is it? there it is. Oh, it is actually the last page that's in here. Anyway, so yeah, this was the exclusive video on my Patreon page where I did a bunch of mouths. This was actually, I used a reference photo of Namjoon, RM from BTS. Not perfect, obviously, the likeness, but I did manage to get a little hint of his dimple there. But yeah, I think this one was my favorite. I think that one turned out really cool. And drawing in the tongue, painting in the tongue was like very challenging and weird because I've never really drawn a tongue like that before. But yeah, pretty fun. So I'm hoping to do a whole series where I do different isolated studies. So like eyes, ears, hands, that kind of thing. And this was with regular gouache. Are you going for a particular color scheme? For today, so I think the color scheme is actually going to be quite grayscale with like little pops of orange and green, I think, which is pretty strange for me. I don't typically go for such muted color palettes like that or like really gray tone, but I think that's just kind of how it turned out because Vax from Vox Machina, which is kind of like the big character on this page, his color scheme is basically just like lots of shades of dark gray and like browns. So that's yeah, that's kind of what it's gonna end up being. Hi, love the last video. The vlog was so involved and I really feel like you included lots. So thank you for giving us an inside look at your week. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad. That video was really interesting because I don't normally film so frequently, like day to day, especially like being on camera. So I'm really glad that you enjoyed that video. I think that it was certainly a more comprehensive look at, you know, what my usual weeks kind of look like. And for context, the video that we're talking about, I did a video, my most recent YouTube video is I did a draw every day challenge, which I almost completed. I did 6 days out of 7, so not too bad. And yeah, it was like kind of vloggy, kind of art footage, like a little bit of both. Amazing lips. I find it hard to make the teeth look normal if it's realistic, I mean. Yes, I also find teeth quite challenging. Let me zoom in here for you guys, actually. Yeah, so that's why I wanted to do those kinds of studies because it's a good way for me to practice and also be able to show you guys how I approach certain things like that. And yeah, teeth is definitely a challenge because you don't want them to be too, like if you make them like too detailed, they kind of look jarring. But anyway, so the first favorites here that I have is for my K-pop fans, for my fellow K-pop fans, I should say. Sutrata, which is a little YouTube series that Suga from BTS has been doing. He's been interviewing different guests. And I mean, maybe interviewing is not quite the right word. He's been having conversations with different guests and it's very casual. And he recently did an episode with Hoshi of 17, which I was over the moon by because I love both of these groups and I love seeing them interact. So it was very, very wholesome, very, very cute. So instead of drawing the actual members, I drew the animals that they're often associated with, Suga being a cat and Hoshi being a tiger. Hey girl, sorry it's been a while. Oh, no worries. I'm so glad to have you. Hope you've been well. Yes, I love doing studies of one particular feature. It makes it a lot easier to break it down and focus on the details. Yeah, exactly. Especially like just blowing up the scale of it. I work so small most of the time. And so it's hard to get in all those little details when you're only working with so much space. What's your favorite shows? Ooh, that is a big question. I mean, I guess that's why these monthly favorites are kind of perfect because I usually am able to highlight my favorite TV show of that week or no, that month, I mean. But yeah, I my go-to favorite TV show of all time is Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's like my go-to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello, hello. Um, the excited gasp that I just made realizing there's Suga and Hoshi. I haven't watched the whole episode, but the clips I saw were so sweet. Oh my gosh, I highly, highly recommend checking out the full episode. It just gives me the warmest, fuzziest feelings. Yeah, it's basically just like 30 minutes or so of them complimenting each other back and forth, but I loved every second of it. It's really, really sweet. And yeah, this is the little fishy gift that Hoshi gifted to Suga during the episode. So excited to make it to a stream. Do you plan the composition of the monthly faves or just go with the flow? Thank you for coming. I'm glad that you've been able to make it to a stream. These are, well, I mean, I do plan them, I guess, in the sense of I have the sketch ready beforehand, before the stream. But how I construct it, I don't have it like super mapped out. Like I sketch just directly on the page. But basically, usually how I go about it is I make a little list in my bullet journal throughout the month, just keep tabs on things that I've been interested in. And then I pick the thing, like one or two things that are going to be the main focal point of the page. So in this case, Vax from Vox Machina was the highlight of the page. So I kind of plan where he's going to be. And so usually they end up taking up, like a real estate of the corner. And then from there, I just like visualize like, okay, like how do I want the rest of these things to fit around the central piece. So yeah, that's kind of how I went about it. With January, they had two focal points kind of. It was Mirko and Gon from Extraordinary Heroes. And so I put them on opposite ends there and then just filled out the rest. So it's like kind of go with the flow, kind of planned. Yay, another favorite spread. I love these so much. Yay, I'm so glad. I'm hoping to maybe approach this one slightly more simple. I think last month I went a little bit more detailed than I needed to. So we'll see. We'll see. Have you listened to J-Hope's new song? I did. Oh my God, I loved it. Yeah, it was so funny. Like right before the song released, I saw a clip of J-Hope. I think it must have been at his Lollapalooza. And I guess J. Cole went to see him backstage or something. And J-Hope's reaction to seeing him was so cute, so sweet. So I'm very, very happy for him that he gets to collab and work with, his like one of his idols, basically. In the clip, when he ran into J. Cole, he was like, "Oh my God, you're my muse." It was so sweet. So very, very cool to see him be able to work with someone he admires so much. Are you from Japan? I am not. I am born and raised in Canada. I think I have that question answered actually in the description of frequently asked questions. But I am actually going to Japan next month. I'm super excited. It'll be my first time traveling to Japan and my first time flying since the pandemic. So, oh my gosh, sorry. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Okay. So for those of you who have been coming to many of my live streams, you'll know that I have a bird problem on my balcony. Like the pigeons and birds just keep wanting to infiltrate and nest on my balcony. So basically I just have to constantly shoo them away. And I just, yeah, like just saw a pigeon trying to get onto my balcony. So anyway, that might happen throughout this live stream because they are really testing me right now. It must be like, let's find a nest place season. They drive me absolutely insane. Hello, how are you? I love your art. Thank you so much. I'm good, other than having to constantly shoo away birds. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, Japan. So I'm going to be going to Japan for 10-ish days, I think. It's like just under 2 weeks. And yeah, I'm extremely excited. I'm going with a longtime friend of mine and her partner and two of their friends. And they've mapped out quite the itinerary for us, which is pretty cool. And I'm very thankful for them to have done all this planning, because that is a very challenging part of traveling, is all the planning. But my friend and her partner, they have been to Japan a number of times. So they really wanted to give us the kind of first time experience based on their, recommendations. So have you ever heard Shunun Noga Ewa, song by Fuji Kaze? If not, I suggest. I have, I'm not sure if I have. I'm like pretty bad with knowing Japanese song titles and artists. I feel like my Japanese music knowledge is quite limited, aka pretty much limited to anime openings and endings. So I usually don't even know what the title of the song or the artist is. I just know like, oh, that's the opening from Bleach or whatever. So yeah, very limited on my part. Do you plan to visit South Korea one day too? I mean, I would love to. That would be incredible. That's definitely somewhere that I would not be opposed to visiting, but I don't have any concrete plans as of yet. Hydration reminder, friends. I have my glass of water here in my very cute Have a Nice Day cup. But yeah, I would love to go to South Korea. But one thing at a time. Japan first. I'm so happy to catch your stream live today during lunch break. Yay, I'm glad. I hope that you're having a good lunch break. What's for lunch today? I had my eating schedule is actually kind of weird. I have breakfast at like 11, and then I eat lunch at like 3, and then dinner at like whenever in the evening. So my eating schedule is very weird. But my meal today before coming on stream was avocado toast with egg, which was very delicious and filling. Very millennial of me. Okay, now let's do... I don't have a swatch sheet for my bigger Ohuhu set. Let me see. It's making it hard to choose colors. Have you seen Velma? If so, what are your opinions? Oh, I have not. I was originally interested in checking it out because I thought it was a really cool idea. So, for those of you who don't know, there's a new animated show called Velma, which is based around the Scooby-Doo character, but it was framed to be for adults. And obviously, Velma was like the central character. And Velma was she's voiced by Mindy Kaling, right? Or I know Mindy Kaling is like the writer, or she's attached to the project. And I've generally enjoyed Mindy Kaling stuff. Like I liked the Mindy Project. I liked Never Have I Ever. I had started watching the Sex Life of College Girls, but I haven't finished it. But anyway, then I had heard not so good reviews on the Velma show. And so now I'm thinking I might not check it out just because, I mean, obviously, you know, I shouldn't base my opinion on reviews alone, but I don't think I've heard like any good things about it. So yeah, I also actually don't know if I have access to it because I haven't checked where it's available for me to watch. I'm actually eating right now too a pastel. It's a Brazilian snack. Ooh, your meal sounds yummy. I'm eating mac and cheese. Ooh, nothing wrong with mac and cheese. That sounds good too. Are you doing Toronto Comic Con? I'm so sad. So I applied for Toronto Comic Con. I've done that convention for many years, and they took my money. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm doing it. And then I got an email saying I was rejected. And so, yeah, I mean, thankfully they gave me a full refund, but I was really surprised to get rejected from a convention that I've done many times before. So I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but yeah, unfortunately, I will not be at Toronto Comic Con, but I will be at Toronto Fan Expo that happens like in late summer. So that one for sure I will be doing. I had hummus and cauliflower earlier. Ooh, I love cauliflower. I also love hummus too. I have some hummus in my fridge right now. I just had supper. What was for supper? I probably will be going out to grab lunch after the stream. I'm not sure what I'll get. Maybe like a shawarma wrap or something. We'll see. Do you have any ideas of what I should draw? I mean, you could also pick a favorites from your February, whether it was music or a piece of clothing or TV show, whichever. That's like a wide kind of spread of options for you, depending on if you prefer to draw objects or people. My second spread here, I mean, not second spread, my second item on here is I went to a thrift market and like artist market, and I acquired a couple of cute clothing items, some earrings, and a little bowl. I actually have it on hand, which I will show after I get around to finishing this up. So I'm not sure how I want to, I think we'll keep it fairly simple. I'll make them little blushy since that they were complimenting each other so much. So cute. I'm obsessed with the neon colored pencils from Prismacolor. They're so fun. They definitely are harder to capture when you go to print, like scan and print stuff, but it looks really nice in person, and sometimes in photos you can capture it depending. You can see it on camera. It's quite cute. I'm so heckin' excited right now. I'm just at the start of my painting day, and you went live. Happy co-working session, Tina. I'm making a 16 by 20 3D Heartstopper painting for my kids today. Oh my god, amazing! I'm so glad to have be your co-working buddy today. That is amazing. 16 by 20, that's like a pretty substantial size. But yeah, I've also come to the realization that I really love having live streams play in the background while I'm working on stuff. It just keeps me much more engaged. So I'm happy to be that for you today. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Cheyenne Barton on Twitch. She streams kind of like art co-working sessions, but she also does video games as well. I'm not a gamer, but I kind of enjoy just like living vicariously through other people, like watching other people play video games. So she's been playing Kingdom Hearts, which is a series that I remembered watching my friend play back in like early high school, or yeah, something like that. I started doing the monthly faves this year because of your videos, and I've been really enjoying it. It makes me look forward to each month to see what my favorites will be. Oh my god, I'm so glad. I love that. Yeah, I really enjoy doing these and being able to look back on what I got up to that month, because things move so quickly and your interests and what you're into like changes so much. So it's cool as like a little memory capsule. It's like a scrapbooking kind of thing, but with just drawings. So and I love, like, if you do a monthly favorites, and feel free to tag me. I've been seeing people tag me on Instagram, and it's cool to see other people joining in. I will say, like, I didn't start this. I got this idea from another artist, David Culver. He goes by Culver Tattoo now, and then he got the idea from Fran Nerd, who I guess she probably did it like many years ago, because I don't remember her doing it. But yeah, so it's definitely not an original idea. Just got here. The cats are so cute. Yay, thank you. Yes, it's Suga and Hoshi represented. Suga of BTS and Hoshi of 17. Love Cheyenne, right? She's amazing. Cleaning and unboxing things in my new apartment while you go live makes me feel like someone is here and I'm not too alone. Oh, yay. I'm glad to help keep you company, because cleaning and unboxing things for your new apartment is probably very tedious, but congrats on the new apartment. That's exciting. It's called side seat gaming. I love it, and I do the same. I play, but also do the side seat gaming. Oh, side seat gaming. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I now have a term to put to something that I enjoy doing. What are you drawing? Yes, so this is to represent Suchata, which is Suga's little YouTube venture, I suppose, where he has guests on and he has a drink and a little conversation with them, and it's really wholesome. And I am a big BTS fan and a big 17 fan, so when the stars aligned and they did an episode together, I was over the moon, and it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Thank you so much. I'm having a blast and I can't wait to show my kids. Aw, I'm sure they'll love it. I love your style. Thank you so much. My husband likes to joke that I'll watch him play Mario. I watched all the cutscenes of The Witcher with him because the story is amazing, but I'm not trying to fight monsters myself. Yes, that's the thing too, right? Is like following the story, depending on the game. I think that was definitely the case with, yeah, The Witcher. I remember my old roommate, my friend, she was playing The Witcher, and she would just like yell over to me. She'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm getting it with Yennefer," or whatever. And I'd like run over and I remembered going over and I was like, that is the most awkward scene I've ever seen in my life. But it was so funny. She got like the worst possible ending, which like she was so devastated by because, you know, she put so many hours into the game. But yeah, I don't know if you've checked it out, but they now made The Witcher into a TV series. Unfortunately, Henry Cavill, who seemed so perfect, got recast, or he left the show and they recast him. But I really enjoyed the 2 seasons that are currently out. Actually, I also really liked the movie that they made. It was like an anime movie. It was like an origin story. It was very, very cool. Both on Netflix. Love that show before he left. Yeah, exactly. Cavill will still be for the 3rd season. Yes, yeah, that'll be his final season. Yeah, I suspect it was because he didn't like the direction that it was being taken in, which is a shame. I'm trying to decide like how I want to approach the colors and how detailed I want to go with these. So I think I actually might like bounce around the page here. So moving on over here, I'm going to, oh yes, so these 2 items I got at a art market, no, not art market, like artisanal market, and then these I thrifted. It was on the same day. Let me show you. So cute. They're from 2 different artists. I unfortunately didn't grab the business card, and she didn't include a business card or any like branding info with the earrings. But they're so freaking cute. I'm obsessed with them. So appropriate for spring. And then this is from Acorn. Hold on, I have the bag. Acorn pots, which is like a very, very cute like trinket ceramic bowl that I'm so obsessed with. So cute. But yeah, so those are part of my favorites this month. Yes, I'm sad because of that. I don't think I'll keep watching. He's very dedicated to honoring the story, so him leaving seems off to me. I didn't know about the animation. Yeah, check it out. I really, really liked it. It was very good. It's called like Blood Wolf or something. I don't remember what it's called. Like Wolf something. But it'll probably pop up on Netflix. I heard a rumor that Liam Hemsworth may not be the Witcher at all because of the backlash from Miley Cyrus' last song. I still don't understand the reason to have a younger Geralt. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like, yes, like recast because you can't avoid the fact that Henry Cavill decided to leave. But I was thinking about that too. Like the recast felt like so different because of the age difference. Like Henry Cavill is significantly older than Liam Hemsworth, so, and you can see it. Like it just kind of jarring. I went to school with a nephew of the author of Witcher, and they wanted to invite him to speak at the school, but he said no. Oh no! Aw, that's a bummer. I mean, well, yeah, I guess you can't force them, I suppose. That's kind of funny though. Nightmare of the Wolf. Thank you. I was like, Blood Wolf? I don't remember what it's called. They look like jelly beans, right? Oh my gosh, obsessed. So cute. There was so many different colors. I had a really hard time picking, but I'm glad I went with the peach. I heart you. You got me into gouache and it changed my life. Thank you for giving me my love of art back. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm so happy to have been like a catalyst, I suppose, for your art journey. That's amazing. I love gouache. Gouache is fantastic. By the way, I think we are getting, for the third season, more sorceress from the Lodge of Sorceresses. That's cool for me. Love the witches. The cats are so cute. What is Feb's fave number one? Hi, Kyung! Oh my God. Kyung, I was just talking about you earlier. I was talking about my the Japan trip. Kyung is my long time friend, and we are going to Japan together. Very excited. Number one fave of February is probably Vox Machina. Have you watched it, Kyung? It's really good. It's on Amazon. It's like an animated Dungeons and Dragons show. So that's probably my favorite, which was, it feels like it was so long ago because it was like right at the beginning of February. And I like binged it, but I started to use colored pencils, the Art X ones, with my alcohol markers. Ooh, awesome. Yeah, I love alcohol markers with colored pencils. It's such a satisfying combination for me. Because using just colored pencils takes forever to like fill up a page. I finally watched it after you mentioned it. It's my faves too. Yay! Oh my God, I'm so glad. I'm working on my monthly favorites right now. Thank you for inspiring me. Oh, so cool. Awesome. Whoops. I thought I'd like Percy, but Vex is better. Love it. Okay, is it Vex or is it Vax? I keep messing it up. They're twin, like a male and female twin character duo, and I always mix up who's Vex and who's Vax. I think this entire stream I've been calling him Vax. Let me see. I'm gonna double check. Vaxilden. Okay, I think it is Vax. Okay, I think we are, yeah, Vaxilden. So this is the character here. I mean, there's been like lots of iterations of him because it was initially just like a podcast, basically. It's like a D&D campaign by a bunch of voice actors, and they have garnered like a huge fan base. And it they started a Kickstarter to have an animated bonus episode or something, and then it just like snowballed into an entire series. So very, very cool. I've never actually listened to the campaign, but very, very cool. Although I like archers, so Vex is great too. Oh, from Critical Role. Yes, it is on my watch list. I saw episode 1 and loved it. Ooh, yay, awesome. Kyung and I are technically online friends. Well, that's how we initially became friends. It was on this really ancient anime art sharing website called The Otaku that we initially connected. And that was in the day and age where MSN was the way to communicate. So we would communicate via MSN Messenger. And yeah, and then we both like migrated to DeviantArt and then Tumblr. And now we are on Instagram, and who knows what's next. But yeah, we have gone on, we went on a trip to Austin. Oh my gosh, how long was that ago now? Like 6 years ago? But yes, amazing, amazing. I think Ohuhu is finally arriving to my country, or at least a reseller of them. Maybe I'll buy the Ohuhu 24 skin tone set. Do you have that set? I actually don't have that set. I actually considered like contacting Ohuhu, being like, hey, you want to send me the skin tone one? Because they've sent me like tons of their products before, and I love them. But the skin tone set is actually one that I don't have, and I think it would be something that a lot of you would benefit from me trying out, because obviously I do a lot of portraits. So yeah, maybe I will reach out to them and yeah, because I think that would make a lot of sense. All right, so I thrifted this green pleated skirt and obsessed with it. Let's find the right green I want to use for that. This is my little swatch sheet. Maybe BG2? The thing is, though, it's two different papers. Like, you can see this is actually quite blue, and this is quite, like, bright. So it's always good to swatch the color before you commit to it, because the color will look different from when you swatch it on different papers. Super unrelated note, your nails are always so nice. Oh, thank you so much. These are freshly painted. I painted these a couple of days ago knowing I was going to do a live stream. I actually had no nail polish on for like a couple weeks. Oh gosh, there's like, I got green marker all over me. But yes, I purposely try to keep my nails pretty fresh, knowing that my hands are on camera a lot. And I just paint them myself with regular nail polish, and then I use like a top coat. But I paint them pretty often because they chip really easily. My friend keeps telling me to like do gel nails, but I can't be bothered. Hi, this is my first time catching your streams. Love your videos, especially when I'm feeling unmotivated to do art. Yay, I'm so glad. Thank you. LOL, MSN is how my husband and I chatted when we first met. Oh my god, that's amazing. Wow. I have now gained an addiction to my anatomy/reference books. There's $200 worth on my Amazon list right now. Cries. Aw. But you know what? Like, that's a good thing to invest in because that's like a learning tool, like a learning resource. So, I mean, I think that's like a worthwhile investment. And if you find that after however long you have these books and you find that maybe you don't need them anymore, I think that it will definitely be something that would, you could like sell secondhand or whatever. But I feel you. I feel you. It's a struggle. But yeah, I really love a pleated skirt moment. And prior to acquiring this green one, I had only a black one. So it's fun to have like another thing in the mix. But yeah, I'm like in my green phase, apparently. I'm really into this like dark emerald green. This is the color of my couch. But yeah, I've been enjoying thrifting. Feels good to, buy secondhand, and it's like a treasure hunt because you never know what you're gonna find. When I told my younger sister you had to use a computer to talk to people, she freaked out. MSN days. Oh my gosh, right? And like just sending emails to each other, just emails. Like it was kind of like a pen pal situation. Crazy. And dial-up internet. The fact that you couldn't use the internet, like the computer and the phone at the same time. Otherwise you'll get that like crunchy, weird alien sound. Or the fact that like, yeah, people would just communicate on a landline and you would have to wait until your other family member was done using it to be able to, unless you had like several phone lines. But anyway, technology has come a long way. I feel your pain in terms of nail polish chipping, but I refuse to do gel, especially in this economy. Right? And I just, the process of taking off gel nail polish sounds like a nightmare. I can't be bothered. I'm pretty like, I like changing things up often anyways, so the excuse to constantly change my nail color is fine. I don't know why, but physical references are so much better and are more helpful than online references. I am happily drawing hands because of this book. Like, it's amazing. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, figuring out what works for you as a learning experience is like really key. So I'm really glad that you have been able to decipher that. And honestly, like anytime there is like an opportunity to step away from a computer screen is a big bonus, because we spend so much time like looking at screens. So having like a physical book is probably like much better for your eyes too. I actually, yesterday, I went to get I've been like trying to get new contacts, and basically, like, the eye doctor or optometrist, I'm not sure what the correct title is for her, but she was just like, yeah, your eyes are extremely dry, so your vision wearing the contacts is inconsistent, because every time you blink, you're able to see, but then after like a few seconds after, your vision blurs because your eyes are just drying out immediately. And I was like, oh, that doesn't sound very good. So I need to go get some eye drops. But yeah, I have like a really high astigmatism, which basically means my eyeball is like kind of shaped like a football, which is insane. But because of that, I'm super sad to find out that I think getting like cool colored contacts will be not an option for me, because my eye prescription is like so intense. That's nice. I have both RX Alp skin tone sets, and they are very good in my opinion, but it looks like the Ohuhu set has darker tones in comparison with the RX skin tone set. Yeah, that's good. That's like a good thing to look for. I love the green for that skirt. Thank you. Yes, yes. I love this color. My parents used to turn off the Wi-Fi to get me off the PC. Oh my god, that's so savage of them, but honestly, fair. Oh, the cats look so cute. Thank you. I do miss finding edited game/movie icons on LiveJournal to use on MSN. Same goes for changing the lyrics in your status 3 times a day. Honestly, there was a very specific culture about MSN that I feel very nostalgic about. The lyrics thing was a big one when they introduced the like listening to, so you could like show the music that you were listening to, and you'd purposely like pick cool things when it was on. Or like when people were dating and they would like have their partner's like initial in their name or something, and then if it was removed, it'd be like, oh, what happened? The drama. Or like logging in and out because your crush was online and you wanted them to like say hi first. Like the culture around it was so funny, so specific. Are there any anime you are keeping up with right now? I know there is a new Demon Slayer movie out right now covering the Village arc. Do you plan on seeing it? Is there? I didn't know that. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for that. I have not seen any new Demon Slayer yet. I'm up to would have been the second season, third season? The season that came after the Mugen Train. So it would have been the Red Light District. Is that what it was? But yes, I actually have been keeping up with, which I have at the bottom here. Mob Psycho 100 is the anime that I've been watching right now. I drew Mobble at the bottom here. Thrifting is so great. Even just looking, there are so many flea markets, and I love chatting and bargaining with the private sellers. Yeah, I've been really enjoying thrifting and thrift markets. It's such a cool community. Did you have to block one eye when you were younger? I had to for the astigmatism for like a year whenever I was at home. I didn't have to block an eye, but something that my family members told me was I would turn my head slightly when I was looking at a screen. And I was doing it unconsciously. I didn't know. And I think I was turning my head to like accommodate to my stronger eye, I think was happening. So yeah, that was the sign. Okay, so technically this like floral cardigan that I thrifted, it is black, but I feel like I don't want to use black, just like straight up black. So I think I'm gonna go for this like really dark bluey gray instead. BG209. Okay. I have similar vision to you and got LASIK. Best investment ever. Oh, yeah, that is something that I'm considering looking into in the future, but the idea of it really scares me. I mean, I'm sure it went perfectly fine and you're probably thriving. But yeah, in the future, I think in the future I'll look into it. Your little cat drawing looks like my new kitten. His name is Captain Zog. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, lyrics was a vibe on MSN, right? What sketchbook are you using? It looks very good for markers and pencils. It is the Crescent Render. It is in, I have it in the description. Should have a link there for you. But yeah, it's weird because it like, when the markers go down initially, it looks different. And then when it dries, it like lines up. It's very, very strange, but I really do like it for markers. The markers just look so satisfying and juicy on it. Yeah, this gray is very dark. I feel like maybe I should have put a separation between this and the skirt, but that's okay. I finished Mob Psycho in January. It has such a specific humor. Oh my god, I forgot Mob Psycho was a thing. I need to pick it up again. Yeah, I hadn't watched it at all for a long time. I was just like, I don't know if this is, I don't know, like just when I saw it like around, I was like, what is this? But yes, very specific humor for sure. And it's like, it's an odd one. It doesn't really fit the typical shonen vibe. Like it has like typical shonen things about it, but it definitely has just like a different approach to it. But yeah, for me, it was like kind of a slow burn in terms of my interest in it. It took me a while to like get into. But the sentiment is quite endearing. So yeah, it's not, I didn't like latch onto it in the same way that I did with like Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen, but I am enjoying it. I'm still watching it, so. LASIK does require a lot of time away from screens, though. They say you can go back to usual pretty fast, but it took a month to be able to look at an iPad. Ooh, that's a long time. Wow. What are your opinion on the animation of Mob Psycho? I feel like it just keeps getting so good, especially with the fight scenes. The story is also a joy. I gotta go. Look forward to watching the stream when I get home and draw along. Bye, everyone. Thanks for coming. Have a good day at work. Or school, whichever. But yes, Mob Psycho, I do think the animation is really cool. It definitely, like it's very fluid, and I like that, yeah, it just feels a little bit different from the like super clean, super polished stuff that we've been seeing from like a lot of shonen series lately. There's just something really like satisfying about it. I don't know how to describe it, but I am enjoying it. My favorite thing about being an artist is thinking I don't do the artist sins, but then see 6+ half-filled sketchbooks on my floor and me hoarding a bunch of random art supplies. Yes, I am definitely guilty of having a lot of sketchbooks that I have not finished filling up. But that's my goal, is to try and concentrate a little bit on a couple of sketchbooks so that I can finish them. So that's kind of the beauty of these monthly favorites, actually, because it's a really good way of for me to fill up the sketchbooks, especially because with these favorites I stick to one sketchbook so that they're all in one place. But I feel you on that. Mob Psycho's last season is more disjointed, but I did enjoy the ride. Oh, JJK was love at first 5 minutes. Exactly, right? Like some series for me, I'm just like hooked immediately. And Jujutsu Kaisen was like definitely one of them. Um, Whereas, yeah, Mob Psycho was like a slower burn for me. But yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen for sure was like an immediate. Oh, how excited are we for the new season of Jujutsu Kaisen? They released the like concept art for Toji in the animation, and like the thirst people were having was real. So funny. So funny. I've read the manga for that arc, so I'm really excited about it. It's like a not origin, it's like a pre it's a like it takes place when Gojo and Geto was in high school. Very excited. Unintentional daisy theme from this cardigan and my little trinket bowl. LOL, I never thought Toji was attractive. I think for a lot of people it's just like he's buff and that he's like an actual dad, so then people are justified to call him daddy. It's so funny. I'm kind of like I'm mostly just amused by everyone else's reaction to him at this point. Cute sweater. Thank you. Yeah, it's technically from H&M, but I thrifted it. So, you know, that's my tidbit on extra stationery and art supplies is my toxic trait. I feel you. Are those Ohuhu markers? Yes, they are. I have them linked in the description. Who are those cats? This is meant to represent Suga of BTS because everyone calls him Meow Meow. And this is meant to represent Hoshi from 17 because he is a tiger or a hamster, depending on, you know, the day. But they had a really cute video interview conversation that went up on YouTube, and I am obsessed. It was so sweet. There's so many different papers to try, and with Scrawlbox fueling me with new paper every month, I'm just everywhere. Oh yeah, I could not do the art supply boxes. I already have like way more art supplies than I need, so that would be overkill, I think. But obviously, so hard to resist because trying out new art supplies is so exciting. Since you watched Chainsaw Man and JJK, do you plan on watching Hell's Paradise when it airs on April? I love the manga for both the story and the art. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Hell's Paradise. I will definitely keep an eye out for that. It's going to be on Crunchyroll. Yes. That's where I watch most of my anime if it's not on Netflix. So I will definitely keep an eye out for that. What? Oh, yes. Okay. Season 3 of Demon Slayer came out in the movie theater for me, and I'm going tomorrow. Woo, so exciting! Seeing anime in the movie theater is honestly like so cool. I got to see the Jujutsu Kaisen movie in theaters, and I was like, this is incredible. I want to watch all my anime like this. Hi, I'm a beginner to markers. Do you have any tips on how to learn to blend or tips for shadows? Blending, honestly, with blending, like I find that I go over areas more than once in a different direction if you want it to be. Wait, no, you're asking about blending, not getting an even surface. Blending, I feel like that's not actually something that I do very much. As you can see, like I just basically go flat with the marker and then I use colored pencil on top. So I'm not the best person to ask about blending, but I know basically what most people do is they'll do multiple layers with like two colors that are similar to each other. Yeah. I do have a number of videos on my YouTube channel where I like go through a more detailed process of my marker approach, but I definitely don't use alcohol markers, I think, in the traditional way. But yeah, colored pencils is my go-to with alcohol markers. I'm so excited for the new season of JJK. I know the story just keeps tugging at your heartstrings. I know I've heard of some spoilers, like moving forward, and I'm like, I'm not emotionally prepared for this. But it's so good. I love it. I'm also planning for February favorites too. Not many new things, but I just fell down a rabbit hole of a musician and now I don't know when my obsession's gonna stop. Let it happen. Honestly, like, I'm definitely that person. Like, I don't know, maybe three-ish years ago, I was not a K-pop fan, and now it's like half of my identity. So, like, I've gone to 2 K-pop concerts already, and I have tickets for a third. Or is Jackson Wang even considered K-pop at this point? He's like K-pop adjacent, right? On his own. But yeah, I'm excited about that. That's going to be in May. That was my first time trying to get tickets myself. The previous 2 K-pop concerts that I went to, my friend bought the tickets, and oh my gosh, it is crazy. I have never had bought concert tickets that competitive before. Crazy. I might start making monthly favorites page. Seems like a fun way to keep a diary of what I was like certain months. Seeing your art is making me want to whip out my sketchbook, but someone's picking me up in less than 30 minutes. Oh, well, I'm so glad that, I'm inspiring you to potentially, I really like doing the monthly favorites. I think it's really just like, I love doing the live streams with you guys. And I also just, yeah, it's a really cool way to look back at what you got up to. But I will say, I've seen people who just like, they'll just do like a written page of it in their journal or something. So it doesn't have to be drawn. But visually it's very fun to have. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I will come back to this. What I think I'm going to like do the markers and then I'll come back in with colored pencils potentially. So let's move on to Vax over here. Move my camera. I can zoom out a little bit there. Adjust my angle here. I believe Crunchyroll will have, oh, bye all. Unfortunately, my conservatory studio is too dark to work in now and chores are waiting. Have a great stream. Thanks for coming. Bye. I believe Crunchyroll will have it. Hell's Paradise is being made by the same studio as JJK and Chainsaw Man, Studio Mappa, so I feel like the animation will be stunning and give the story justice. Ooh, that is a good sell. I will definitely check it out. Mappa has been doing really good stuff. Hello, hello. I'm so glad I catch this live stream. Just got off work. Really looking cute so far. What do the cats on the left mean, though? This is Suga from BTS and Hoshi from 17. They're 2 K-pop idols that I'm obsessed with, and they had a very sweet interaction in February. So that's what they are. I thought Jackson is Chinese. Like, I saw him on the episode of Good and Mythical Morning, and he talked about Chinese food. Yes, so Jackson Wang is from Hong Kong, I believe, right? Well, yes, anyway, he is Chinese, but he is also part of the K-pop group GOT7 and had been or has been with them for like many, many years. So he was part of the K-pop industry for a very long time. And now he has a bunch of solo music, and a lot of his solo songs are actually in English. So yeah, it's sort of an interesting thing. So that's why I'm always like tripped up at whether or not do I classify Jackson Wang on his own as K-pop, because he's not Korean and the music that he makes is not in Korean, but he is part of a K-pop group, you know? But yeah, that's becoming more and more common with K-pop is members within groups not actually being Korean or from Korea. And whoa, is that Legolas? Sadly, not Legolas, but totally looks like Legolas. Basically, Vax from Vox Machina looks like a dark version of Legolas. Hold on. Where is a good... I mean, this is him. He has many iterations, but I guess for me, I know him because of the TV show. So he looks like this. So he basically is just like alternate universe dark Legolas because he is also an archer as well, which is very funny. But yes, that's what we're going to work on next. I think I'm going to actually make the sketch slightly darker so that I don't lose it when I start coloring. How are you liking your new tripod? Oh my god, it's amazing. I'm so happy with it. It makes filming a lot easier. And yeah, it was definitely a worthwhile investment. I'm currently in the midst of editing my next studio vlog, and I will be showing off the tripod and a few other new equipment that I have acquired for my studio. Anytime I need inspiration, I instantly put on your videos, and now all your favorite mediums I'm obsessed with. Yay! Aw, thank you so much. That's awesome. Finally, I catch this live stream. How are you? I'm glad to have you here. I'm good. I was feeling a little bit lethargic at the start of the stream because I had like scarfed down like a very large breakfast / lunch. But now I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, and we're kind of making waves on this on the spread slowly but surely. I'm like very distracted by the chat, but in the best way possible. Which actually, reminder, everybody drink, have some hydration situations. Water, tea, coffee, whichever your choosing is. Did I just splash water on here? Whoops. More like leg gothless. I see what you did there. What pencil do you use to sketch? I love the light pink. It's actually a red Kohl Erase color pencil. It's pretty much what I use almost exclusively for everything. If I did it correctly, I should have linked it in the description. But yeah, I'm sure my usual followers are like, oh my god, yes, Tina, we know you love this pencil. I talk about it constantly. Is it gonna focus? Yeah, I usually go for Carmine Red. I also sometimes go for the other one, Scarlet, if I don't have access to Carmine, but Carmine's my favorite. But yeah, I almost never sketch with graphite. This is a Faber-Castell, though. This is not erasable. So I use the erasable one first, and then once I've finalized the sketch, I go in with this one. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, right. I didn't actually finish sketching out his clothing. Let me do that. I was on the fence about which outfit to give him. Whoop. There are 104 people watching and only 64 likes. Hit that like button. Oh, thank you. Legolas is a sweetheart. I love Legolas. I love Lord of the Rings. Your pencil strokes are satisfying. Yay, I'm glad. Thank you. For my sketches, I use the Uni Nano Dia colored lead, specifically light blue since the color erase pencils are kind of pricey for me. That's fair. Can you show us your tiger cat charm on your tripod, please? I caught a glimpse of it in your studio. Oh, yes. The Cheeto Puff. This Cheeto Puff, I love him. He's so cute. Unfortunately, the seller, I think, only ships to the United States right now. They sometimes ship to Canada. That's how I was able to get it. Like a little while back. Hold on, let me pull them up. I forget their username. But they've done like a few different iterations of this. What is it? Oh, I never remember what it is. Shoot. I know it starts with a G, G-I, G. Shoot. I don't know. I can't find them. Sorry. But yes, I'm sure if you Google like Cheeto Puff, it might pop up. It's become like a bit of an internet meme. Anyway, I love this thing. But yeah, a little bit hard to get now. If you're not in the States, basically. I always love your color choices. Thank you. The problem with drawing blonde people like Legolas is that if you make their eyebrows visible, they look like a different person. Yeah, blonde characters are hard for me in general. I always find that a really challenging hair color. Uni Nano Dia LED is pretty good if you haven't tried them yet. I haven't heard of them. I mean, I have Uni products. I actually find I don't really gravitate towards like mechanical lead. I think because like it just feels very sharp for me to use. But if I come across it, maybe I will try it out. Or do I have it? I might have it. I remembered someone gifted me. Ooh, is this it? Maybe I do have it. This is probably it, eh? Yeah, this was gifted to me from a subscriber. I believe their name was Jade. And they were so gracious to gift me a number of art supplies, and this came in that pack because they knew I liked using colored pencils. I wonder how it feels to be pets to artists because they're like my little personal models for gouache studies, like baby models. Absolutely. I can't get over how gorgeous that portrait which you did last month. Aw, thank you. I mean, very gorgeous person, so I had a good place to start. Will this video be up after the stream has ended? Yes, so long as there's no technical difficulties, I always keep the streams up for viewing later. I have compiled an entire playlist for people to watch. I cannot find a good reference for what outfit I want to give him. I want to give him the... Oh, here. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so what is going on? Okay, so there is... You guys are going to get some sketching action, which doesn't happen very often in my live streams. Okay, so the outfit has, it's like this. There's a collar situation. Yes. Collar. And then there's this like big furry shoulder situations up here. I'm just going to make this entire part shoulder furry. I don't know if it actually is, but we're just gonna go with that. Then there's a button or like a clasp that keeps it in place like this. Okay, sure. And then probably some kind of zipper button thing. I don't know. Sure, like this. And something here. Okay. Good enough. Have you listened to Day 6? I have a tiny bit. I know that they are another K band, and I know that a lot of people kind of see Extraordinary Heroes as like their next iteration, I guess. I don't know. Or like Day 6 walked so that Extraordinary Heroes could run. So I do need to check them out. I've seen a lot of covers. I think because, yeah, a lot of people have covered the Day 6 song. I think Zombie, right? Anyway, I should definitely check them out soon. Okay, I have to go now, but so happy I got to catch a stream of yours. Thank you for inspiring me and many others every day. Have a good day. Oh, thanks so much. Have a good one. Bye. Thanks for coming. I just came here. Can you confirm what you're using for the outlines? All of the art supplies I'm using in the description, but this is the Faber-Castell, if you're wondering what this was. So this is actually Vex from Vox Machina. I know before coloring it in, it definitely looks like Legolas. I mean, he basically looks like Legolas, but with dark features. But I'll probably keep it fairly simple. I might maybe I'll have a hint of texture for that, but I'll probably approach it a little bit more flat like this. Legolas's cousin. Yeah, basically. Dark Legolas. Okay. Now, let's finally get to coloring. Let's see. So, Vex has like a slightly, let's see, what color? Maybe YR4? Let's see. Kind of depends on the lighting for his complexion. We will try this first. Legolas, Lotor, and this guy are triplets, but they got lost in a fair or something. Oh my god, that's so true. Lotor, wow, I forgot about him. What was that show called again? Legendary Defenders of... I know what you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. He's got white hair, and he's like an alien. It was a Netflix show. Lotor. Yes. Prince Lotor. Voltron, yes. Yeah, they are of the same, they are of cut of the same cloth, for sure. You should draw them all next to each other. Yeah, it's the hairstyle. The fashion in elves. Yes, the hair and then like the pointy ears. And they all kind of have this like sort of regal air about them. It's probably the elven vibes. Join late, but are you redoing the February faves? I am doing February. I'm not redoing it. Basically, I always do my favorites at the beginning of the following month so that the full month has happened, if that makes sense. So yeah, I guess it's kind of confusing, but yes. Legolas looks like his dad, the same, pretentious. Have you listened to the K-pop girl group Exit? I think they're defunct now, but I think you would like their concept. I might have. I'm not sure if I said that right, but my friend has compiled a very, very long and extensive K-pop playlist for me. And so I listen to it pretty often, but it's just like on shuffle and it's like totally random. So it's possible that I've heard them, but I don't know if if I can able to like differentiate, if that makes sense. But I am slowly broadening my K-pop horizons. I actually went to a K-pop dance party a couple of weeks ago. Wait, no, last weekend. Last weekend, not a couple of weeks ago. Time is elusive. But yeah, it was very fun. I knew like a decent chunk of the songs. I was proud of myself. Twice is actually coming to Toronto this year, and so we are going to try and get tickets for that. I'm like a pretty casual Twice fan as it stands right now, but I'm sure I'll get more acquainted before the show. Hopefully we can get tickets. I'm sure it's going to be a bloodbath. Wait, it's colored pencils for the outline. Geez, it looks so good. Yes, it is colored pencil. Thank you, thank you. Initially I use an erasable colored pencil so that I'm able to erase. And then I use this one on top if I need it to be a little darker. Okay, I'm not sure if this is quite dark enough actually for him, but I will use colored pencils on top, so. His skin tone is kind of elusive for me. It seems to depend on who drew it or the lighting. Yes. Okay. It's fine. I will leave it for now. Okay. Oh, hydration reminder, friends. I love Toronto. I was there when I was 17, years before I started to do art. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you like Toronto. I have been living here for quite a while now. It's, it's got its pros and cons for sure, but I do really appreciate that it is a city that has a lot going on for like food and events, and especially as someone who likes to go to concerts, typically if someone is going to have a date in Canada, they usually come to Toronto. It's either Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver, I feel like are the kind of major cities that artists will hit up. So very thankful for that. Okay. So basically, Vax is like just 50 shades of grayish brown. So let's see. I don't want to go too dark. I want to be able to differentiate all these shades too. So let's see. What do I want to do? I guess what I'll do is to carry the colors around. The color I used for the cardigan, I'll use maybe for the collar. And then we'll go from there. I will be at Toronto Comic Con. I was hoping to pick up some of the art in person. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I really... Shame. I really tried. I, alas, was rejected. Yes, I'm so sad that I can't go to the Twice concert. It was the group that got me into K-pop. Oh no, that's so sad. Aw. It's so tough, right? Because they can only hit up so many places. I mean, I think that's the case for Suga, August D. He's going on tour, but it's like a really limited tour. He's only going to like a handful of places. and he is not coming to Canada, so alas. Apologies for the noise. The dumpster truck is taking out the trash. My apartment faces like the back of the building where all the recycling bins and like giant dumpsters are. So that's what that noise is, if you can hear it. What are your favorite places to visit in the GTA? Ooh, that is an interesting question because there are so many things to do. I guess it just depends. I guess for me, I do a lot of eating. So restaurants is like a big part of my Toronto experience. And even that is like hard to narrow down, right? But I guess like maybe if I'm thinking, I'm recommending to you if you want to come to Toronto, right? You want to come visit. I feel like Kensington Market is definitely a place to hit up. Like it's a neighborhood. Kensington Market, because there's lots of like cool little shops, lots of good food. It's a cool neighborhood. Ossington, like the little stretch of Ossington Street from basically like Queen through Dundas-ish, is really cool, very trendy, a little more upscale, but like a good spot for like cool, nice, trendy dinner. There's a few cool shops there as well. Chinatown, Spadina. I love Chinatown. Again, food. I used to work at Dessert, which is like kind of at the bottom end of Chinatown. Dessert being an art supply store. So very familiar with that neighborhood. Lakeshore has beautiful views. Oh yeah, very true. I'm actually not at Lakeshore very often. I don't consider myself a K-pop fan, but I really love Blackpink. Ooh, yeah, Blackpink is great. I have one more K-pop dance lesson left, which I will be doing on Monday. And the last routine we learned was Shut Down by Blackpink. And then this last round will be Pink Venom by Blackpink. So very, very fun. I was teaching myself the choreo last night, actually, just like off a YouTube video to like prep myself for the class. And because I'm not a very fast learner when it comes to dance, but oh my gosh, I made the mistake of not stretching, and like my shoulders and my neck feel really like crampy. So lesson learned, definitely stretch. Vax is living his best emo Batman arc this season. Yes, that is definitely a very accurate description. Half the reason I booked my advance ticket was I wanted to meet Tina. Oh no, I'm so sad for you and for me. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll be dragging my siblings with me to enjoy what I can. I really want to buy the watercolor Kuretake Gansai Tambi, but do I really need it? Should I? I understand. Buying art supplies it's hard to resist. I will say that the Gansai Tambi, they have some really beautiful color selections in like their more like unique sets. I have one. I just have like one of their basic ones, but I find that the colors are very vibrant. And they are a little like Gansai Tambi is a little different from a typical watercolor. So not to enable you, but they're pretty interesting. Okay. I'm getting caught up in the chat. Okay. So next is the fur. The fur I feel like definitely leans warm. I feel like the WG09 is darker than I want, but then like the next color up is so light. I might have to do layers because I don't want it to go too dark. So I might do WG4 and then maybe I'll do a brown or something on top. Yes, let's just, yeah, okay, WG4. Let's do that first. My in-laws live along the west, and so it's really nice to walk there. Oh yeah, High Park, of course. Yeah, people should check out High Park if you come to visit. If you're coming in like not winter. High Park is like so huge and beautiful. There's a zoo. There's lots of stuff. It's nice. Trying to find an apartment in Toronto proper is so hard though, so I'm out in the suburbs at the moment. Oh yeah, Toronto is very, very expensive. Very expensive. Yeah. I'm very thankful to have snagged the apartment that I have right now when I did, because I think not too long after the prices shot up quite a bit. I mean, it's still expensive, but... So, that being said, thank you to my patrons. Thank you to all of you hanging out here with me today for allowing me to pay for my Toronto apartment. Oh, that garbage is loud. My favorite song of them is Lovesick Girls. Yes, that was actually, I think, like the song that I initially like got really attached to by Blackpink as well. I've mentioned this like a few times, but Lisa's hair in that music video specifically, I was like very inspired. So I used to have like the bleach blonde layer underneath for a while. It's a very cool look. But yeah, I got to see Blackpink last year. They were so good. It was so fun. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's the thing about K-pop is like, you don't have to be a mega fan. You can be casual. And I think that's what's great about seeing it becoming like more and more mainstream is that like, yeah, you can just enjoy it as is. I feel like there is a lot of kind of there is like a culture around K-pop where you need to be like a mega stan. You have to like know all the members, their names. You need to know their birthdays and watch all the content. But you really don't have to. Like I always use this as an example, but like I love the 1975. They're like a British band. And I've been a fan of them for like many, many years, but I could not tell you all of the members' names. And I'm sure that if I saw like the drummer walking down the street, I wouldn't know it was him. I would have no idea. And that's fine. Like going into like trying to get tickets for Twice, like my friend I think is definitely like a pretty big fan. I'm like a much more casual fan. I would not be able to tell you all the members' names right at this moment, but I know that they're going to put on a good show. The music is catchy and fun, and like I like the songs and the vibes, so you know, I'm going to go see them. It'll be fun. I'm sure I say this now. I'm sure give it like a month, maybe I will become a mega stan. But as of now, I'm a casual fan. It's funny because I lived in Lakeshore for most of my life, but never explored downtown too often. Now I can't explore because I'm out of the country. Aw. Well, if you ever come back, it's not going anywhere. But yeah, I've been living in Toronto for like 8 years ish, and there's so much of the city that I have not explored. I've always been someone who lived relatively downtown, and so I really don't explore like super far north or super east or super west very often. But maybe I'll get there. I'll get there. There's just so many things to do. Okay, now what color to make his shirt? Another shade of gray. I want to say it's like a more cool. So maybe this CG5 perhaps? CG5. Here we go. Let me swatch this and see. But yeah, this is definitely not dark enough. I'll do another pass on it. I usually watch your lives after the fact. Hee hee, I made it during the thing. Yay, hello, welcome. I'm glad that you're able to join during. I want to hit the art museum when I'm out there. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, there's the AGO, which is the one that I made a YouTube video on. If you haven't checked it out yet, friends. I did a video where I went to the Art Gallery of Ontario. And there's also the ROM, which I guess that one is more of like a general museum because it has like taxidermy animals and like gemstones and kind of other things. That one often has like fashion exhibits, which I like checking out. But yes, both are located downtown, so very accessible to get to. Especially since if you're going to be going to Toronto Comic Con, you're going to be, you know, downtown area. So it'll be, they're not like next to each other, but you'll be able to get there. Are you drawing Legolas? I'm not. That's been like a pretty common thread because it does look like Legolas, especially since I haven't colored in the hair yet. This is Vax of Legend of Vox Machina, who we were joking that looks like Legolas, like a Legolas adjacent brother or something. But yes, I will color in the hair now because I feel like that will help differentiate him from Legolas. Okay, so his hair is somewhere in between a gray and a brown. You know what? I think in this case I might go for this WGO. Yeah, yes, okay. This color. It's like practically black. Maybe not actually. It's like really dark. And I want to be able to do like line art. So I don't want to go that dark. So maybe I will go for, let's see, why 13? Maybe I'll go for this brown and then like, these colors are so dark. I enjoy your week drawing challenge vid, by the way. I always appreciate you keeping it real and relatable. I'm glad, thank you. Yeah, I think that was like it was a very interesting challenge. I want to do it again with hopefully painting or something. But yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed the video. How long have you been drawing? I feel like the technical answer is I've been drawing since I could since I was a kid. But in terms of a more tangible answer, I have been actively drawing and putting it on the internet since I was like 12 or 13, and I'm 31 now. So a fair amount of time. I think I have that in my description under like frequently asked questions. And there's like a video attached where I go through my entire art journey and all that good stuff if you're new to the channel. Okay, both of these colors basically read as black. So I'm going to go for, I'm going to go for this like mid brown or dark brown, but not as dark. And then I'm going to use like colored pencils, I think, on top to make it darker. because I just want to avoid him just being like a dark blob where all the colors are like the same. And something that I find I fall trap to is I make everything too dark, and then when I do a line art on top, you can't see it. So that's my thought process right now. But yeah, in preparation for my Japan trip, I want to try and get a couple of videos done in advance so that I can just like have them queued up. And so I've been trying to think of something that will be fairly quick to do because I'm got a lot of things to do. And I'm thinking I might finally do a part 2 of reacting to my old sketchbooks. Because I have a video where I reacted to a bunch of old drawings and sketchbooks, particularly from like pre-teen / high school years. And I have a bunch that I didn't go over because there were so many of them. So I might do a part 2 to that. Hey, sorry I'm late. The power just went on. What did I miss? Oh, well, I'm glad that your power is back. I'm working on my February favorites. I'm drawing Vax from the show The Legend of Vox Machina. This spread is going to look fantastic when it's complete. I can already tell. Oh, thank you. This color palette is quite muted for me. But that's just kind of how it ended up turning out because of, mostly because of Vax, I think, here. So it's certainly going to be a different vibe than what I'm used to. But yes, now he does not look like Legolas anymore. Yes, kind of cool Technicolor pastel on the left and dark earthy moody on the right. Yeah, basically, that's totally what's gonna happen because this side is like neon pinks, and then this side is gonna be very muted and earthy. Hydration reminder, friends. I was thinking that colors are a bit darker, kind of autumnal. Yeah, which is funny because it's February. But I suppose, honestly, like for Toronto February or like Southern Ontario February, this actually does kind of make sense because it's so bleak and gray out during this season because it's winter time, but the snow doesn't really stick very long, so it's just like sad brown grass that's dead, and like a lot of the trees are barren, and it's just kind of depressing, honestly. Lots of slush. So this actually probably is suitable for February. Okay, Vax, his eye color. What is his eye color? Is it just brown? Hold on. I think so. Yes. It's like a, yeah. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna go in with like a lighter brown and then color pencils to make it darker. What is your favorite alcohol-based marker brand? I'm in need of new markers, but they're so expensive. This is a weird question for me, just in terms of because pricing and availability is different everywhere. So I'm usually pretty hesitant to recommend things specifically like that. I am currently using the Ohuhu markers, which are, I think, in the scope of alcohol markers is quite affordable. But again, I don't know what your budget looks like. I don't know if it's available to you, what shipping looks like. there's so many factors, but that is, yeah, I'm using Ohuhu. That's what I can provide, I suppose. If you have a local art supply store, definitely recommend checking them out. So that you don't have to worry about shipping. You can talk to an employee and they can recommend you stuff. Really expensive here in South Africa. Yeah, exactly. It's so hard for me to answer questions like that. I'm in Canada, so like my availability is so different from yours. But yeah, if you have a local art supply store you can visit in person, if there is like a online retailer that's based in your country so that the shipping costs are lower and like in your currency, like trying to find those kinds of things. Like anything that's like a little bit more local to you will probably be more affordable for the most part, if that's an option. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do another pass on like certain areas to make them a little darker. Something that I'm pretty excited about is on my Patreon podcast, I've decided to start a new segment called Tina's Hot Takes. I thought of it when I was like trying to fall asleep the other night. And basically, I'm going to just talk about, just like pick a random topic that might have like a kind of divisive opinion. And so I like put up a vote of a few different options for my patrons, and the winner was the fact that I like spoilers, or like I seek out spoilers on purpose sometimes, which is definitely, I think, like a pretty divisive topic because people who don't like spoilers are like very passionate about it. And I remember like when I would tell people that I liked spoilers or I didn't mind hearing them, they were like, "What? That's insane." So yeah, I finished recording the podcast yesterday, and I will be editing that potentially after this live stream if I have time and energy for it, and then posting that on Patreon probably next week. Looks great already. I'm glad I caught the stream for once. Yay, I'm glad. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy. But yeah, some of my other hot takes. What else did I have? Oh yeah, like the other option, I think that was like the runner up was, why do people love Tom Cruise? Because I am a little bit perplexed by that concept. So that might be next. I think that'll be next month's podcast. Oh, me too. I don't know why, but whenever I ask for spoilers, no one wants to tell me, even though I say I like them. I know, right? Like some people like really like, they're like, it's gonna ruin the experience, and whatever. And I'm like, no, it's just gonna make me less anxious and on edge. Like an example, Lost in Translation. Does anyone remember that movie? It was a very, very young Scarlett Johansson. She was like, I think like 16 or 17. And Bill Murray, who is a grown ass man. And the story is just like these two people from, that have completely like different walks of life or whatever, and they happen to come across each other in Japan. and they build like a unlikely friendship or whatever. But like the undertone of it made me so uncomfortable, and the whole time I was watching it with my partner at the time, I was like, can you please tell me if this is going to turn in the direction that I don't want it to, aka like, is this going to get romantic? Because I really don't want it to, because that feels so inappropriate. And he wouldn't tell me. And so the entire time I couldn't even enjoy the movie because I was so anxious and on edge about whether or not this extremely inappropriate relationship is going to transpire. Anyway, so yeah, people love that movie, and I do not. LOL, they say prove it. Yeah, basically. Have you watched The Last of Us? I haven't. I've heard obviously amazing things, and obviously everybody is like head over heels for Pedro Pascal right now, understandably. I what Netflix, or what is it? It's not Netflix. What platform is it on again? I'm wondering if I even have access to it. I've never played the game, but I like Pedro Pascal. I'm not entirely opposed to zombies. I'm not like a big horror fan, so like I don't know if it leans like too horror for me. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it yet though. I would love to hear people's thoughts though. I had that exact experience while watching Lost in Translation. Right? It's not good. It's not a good feeling. The movie itself is probably fine. Which again, if someone just told me and answered my question, I would have probably been able to enjoy it. It's not horror, it's more action and drama. Okay, that I can get behind for sure. HBO Max. I think trauma/trigger warning spoilers are super valid and like their own category of spoiler. That's true. Yes. As long as I'm seeking out the spoiler myself, I'm fine with it. Yes, true. When I was in high school, I used to read the last page of a book before borrowing it from the library. Oh, that's a good tactic, especially from the library, because like you only have it for a certain amount of time. So that's a good call. Oh, sorry, it's like way in the corner there. There you go. Video game is better, and it's not too horror. It's more about humans and what they do. There is some gore and icky parts because, well, zombies, but I'm familiar with the game with the story. The story is good. Yes, yeah, I'm okay with some gore. If it's not overly gratuitous. Like I'm trying to think of an example. What have I watched that is gory? I guess like I watch Quentin Tarantino movies, but I guess like that gore is like so over the top that it's like almost cartoonish. But yeah, I'm okay with a little bit, but I'm not going to be watching like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or anything like that. Like not like a slasher. But I know that's like a whole different thing. But okay, let's see. Okay, the hair. Yeah, the hair I need to do another layer of something to get it to be not so brown. But yeah, I've heard amazing things about The Last of Us video game and the TV show. That's like a really good adaptation to do because people really like have raved about the story and like the emotional arc of that series. And people like zombies. Like people like zombie content. I've never seen The Walking Dead, but that's a popular zombie series, correct? Trying to think of zombies. I've seen Zombieland. That's fine. That was fine. Oh, I really liked Warm Bodies with Nicholas Hoult. It was like based off a book. I liked that one. I watched my husband play the video game Best Movie Ever. Yeah. Nice when someone else is playing, right? I prefer The Walking Dead over over The Last of Us. See more zombies in the episodes. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of neutral on the zombies themselves, but I do find like the stories that come of it interesting, like the post-apocalyptic theme that come of zombie stories interesting. But zombies themselves, I'm kind of like, meh. How did you perceive Castlevania / did you watch it? I'm not a gamer, so I've never played Castlevania, but I loved the TV show. The animation and style was so like just like feast for the eyes. It looked amazing. Yeah, I think they did a good job. I mean, again, I've never played the game, or games. There's a lot of them, right? But yeah, I really liked that one. Technically, I know this seems so silly, but technically I actually haven't finished it yet. I know it's like the final season's been out for a while, but I technically haven't finished it yet. So when I finally do, I'm sure that I will be drawing one of them as a favorites for whatever month that I finally finish that show, Castlevania. Probably Alucard, because he's my favorite. The poor sad boy, vampire man. I just want him to be happy, y'all. His story is so sad. Now people are kind of scared with fungi. Yay, I caught a live. Yay, hello, welcome. Hello, first time watching you. You're very talented with markers. Thank you so much. Have you watched Byungo Stray Dogs? I've just started it and I already love it. It has some character similarities to JJK. Yes. So what happened with Byungo Stray Dogs is my cousin and we were like, hey, like, we should hang out more often and like we can watch an anime series together. And Byungo Stray Dogs was the one that we picked because someone else had recommended it to me. But unfortunately, she like doesn't live in Toronto at the moment. And so I haven't watched it much because I wanted to like watch it with her. So I'm a little bit sad about that. I mean, technically I could just watch it, but that feels like I'm breaking a code. So I really enjoyed what I saw though, and I do know what you mean. Like I feel like Dazai, right? The main character, he kind of gives me Gojo energy. Like he feels like a weird like love child of Gojo and Tamaki from Ouran High School Host Club in terms of his personality. He's like happy-go-lucky, a little bit obnoxious, very dramatic. But yeah, I like it. I haven't got around to watching much of it though. The art style is heaven. Castlevania was an incredible show. Really did an honor to the games. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, yeah. Art style is truly just beautiful. How do you feel about TV shows on streaming services being released all at once versus in a serialized manner like once a week? Yes, this is an interesting topic because it does really change the dynamic of the viewing experience. I feel like when it's released all at once, obviously, yes, it's like a lot of people are just going to binge it. And so with that, it's like you're not spending as much time with the show, the characters. You don't get to like sit and brew on it as much. And then whereas like when you're watching it week to week, it forces you to be with a series and be with a character in a story for like 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is, right? And I think that creates like a much more strong sense of investment. And like in the suspense, like the buildup of like waiting each episode, each week or whatever. And I think that with the culture around discussion and talking about the series, like everyone's on the same page, basically, if it's releasing week to week, right? Like the episode drops, everyone can talk about it, and then the next one, so on and so forth. Whereas if it's released all at once, everyone's on a different page because not everyone is going to binge it all at once, right? So then you're like, oh, I really want to talk about this with you, but you haven't seen it yet, or you're not caught up, da 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 da. So I do think that, like, yeah, it just changes the viewing experience. And I think there is a huge benefit to releasing a TV show week to week. It can be agonizing waiting for it, but I do think that there is a lot to be said about that. Like for school, I remember like that was a big thing, right? Like back in my day, which makes me sound so old, but you know, when we watched it on cable and watched it on TV, you would watch the episode and you'd go to school and you talk to your friends about it and da da da. And then yeah, it was just like a point of conversation. Whereas like I remembered with like Stranger Things, it was like someone would have seen the entire season. It's like, oh my God, like, did you, you know, I want to talk about it with you. And it's like, I haven't seen the whole thing yet. So anyway, that is a very interesting topic. And that's my long tangent on it. Finally caught alive. Love your art style. Thank you so much. Happy to have you here. Now I'm watching the second season of The White Lotus. Oh yeah, people really like that one. I have not watched it. I think I have access to it though because I have what's it called? Crave for my fellow Canadian people. Crave is like where we access HBO stuff. I feel like I'm going too literal with this. It just feels kind of boring. Maybe... Maybe I'll go in with like blues and stuff just to mix it up. I feel like it feels so gray. I look forward to that. I drew a la carte too. Oh, so beautiful. He's so beautiful. I love him. A random question. I wanted to know when would be a good time to take art classes. I've been drawing on and off through my life and never done any art outside of school. I'm kind of intimidated to join. That I feel like there is definitely no definitive answer. I don't think that there is going to be any like perfect time, really. If it's something that you're interested in, definitely go for it in whatever capacity is available to you. For me, like I went to went to college for graphic design, and that was like my last education with quote unquote like art classes, which like I won't even, well, no, we did have some like what would be considered art classes, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's a really hard question. I actually, you know what? I did actually make a YouTube video that I titled, Should You Go to Art School? And I think that might have articulated my thoughts on the matter a little bit better. But obviously taking classes versus going to school is different. Obviously you can do like, you know, one-off courses and stuff where it's not like a committed degree or whatever. But again, it's just like, it's so broad. But do your research. Don't be scared because you don't think you're going to be good enough. That's definitely, you know, do it because you're interested in it. I'm so late. Hi. Welcome, welcome. I agree. It's harder to build a community around it when people binge media. Yeah, exactly. And like I'm guilty of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm definitely guilty of binging stuff. um, but yeah, there is something nice about everybody watching it week to week. Or not everybody, but most people watching it week to week. I guess when it was, in the days of cable, everyone did watch it week to week because they had no other choice. That I don't miss, though. I've got a life to live and a schedule to abide to sometimes, so I can't catch things always at a very specific time. That was really stressful back in the cable days when it was like, okay, your favorite TV show is only on at this very specific time on this very evening. And if you missed it, you had no other way to watch it. So I am thankful for streaming services to allow me to watch things when on my own time. But is that Ichigo's Bankai? It is Ichigo's sword, yes. His Zanpakuto. This is to represent. This was last month. This was to represent the 1,000-year blood arc, the new season of Bleach. Live, laugh, loving it. Where did you get your top that you wore to the 17 concert? It is 2 tops. So it's like a black corset that I got from the brand Disturbia, and then like a sheer black mesh top that I wore with it. That is from Nasty Gal, I think. But that part is like not very unique. Like black mesh t-shirt is like pretty common, I think, to find. But the Disturbia corset is like one of my favorite items that I have in my wardrobe right now. It's very, very cool. It's got like little like skeleton coffin like details embroidered in the front. It's like hard to see obviously like at that scale, but it's a really cool detail that I love. Okay, I'm gonna come back to him. I don't know why I feel like just not very inclined to do colored pencils today. I think like I'm just really having a tough time figuring out my style for these spreads with alcohol markers. So I think I'm gonna do mob over here and then we will come back. So let's move the camera slightly like this so that we're a little bit closer to him. Oops. God bless DVR. Oh my gosh. Hello. By the way, can you explain your monthly faves? So this is Suga from BTS and Hoshi from 17. My 2 K-pop boys coming together. They did a little conversation video on YouTube. These are my thrifting finds, secondhand shop slash thrifting finds, and new kind of like art market finds. Really cute earrings, little ceramic bowl here. This is Vax from Vox Machina, and this is Mob from Mob Psycho 100. I wish I had a friend like you. When my friends watch the show, they are never as invested as I am. Aw, well, I will say that the internet is an amazing place for that. Like, the reason why I initially started posting my artwork on the internet was literally because in high school, I was a huge anime fan, but nobody, like, not a lot of people in my life were into anime. Or, yeah, nobody in my life. Or, I guess maybe, like, my cousin. But anyway. So I didn't have a community or friends that were into anime the way that I was. At that time, anime was seen as like really, really uncool. It was like the very weirdo thing to be interested in. And so that wasn't going to stop me from enjoying this thing, but you know, enjoying it with other people or being able to discuss it with somebody makes it a more enjoyable experience. And so I started doing fan art, and I started posting it on the internet, and then was making friends online and just like, you know, building my own little community. And I was talking about this earlier, but my friend Kyung, who I'm traveling to Japan with next month, we became friends because of that. Like we were both fans of anime, became friends online, and like we are still in real life friends today, like over a decade later or whatever, or a decade later ish, something. I don't know. Time is warped and I'm bad at math. But a really long time. So yeah, like find those communities online, and if you're unable to find them in person, or try to force your friends to be into things. Um, School versus pay classes really is about understanding your learning style as well as your lifestyle and how you want the two to complement with your goals. Exactly, exactly. Learning style is huge because some people do well in like structured classes and some people don't, which is like something I like talked in detail about in that in my YouTube video. But yes, that is a good like concise summary of my thoughts exactly. Because, like, there's lots of full-time artists and successful artists who didn't go to art school or dropped out of art school. Um, Whereas there's lots of accomplished people who did go to art school, but it just really depends on what makes sense for you. It really varies. And obviously do your research on like the school and the classes or the teachers or whatever, because that makes a difference as well. How do you feel about the T-Gal sharpener? I regret not getting it in clear. Oh, I didn't know it came in clear. I had no idea it came in clear. I love this thing because you can change the way that it sharpens a pencil. I've talked about this like many times before, but basically this sharpener allows you to sharpen the pencil in a more shallow way like this, as opposed to like a tip, like just standard sharpener, which sharpens like this. And the reason why I like having this option, particularly for my Prismacolors, is because the lead is really soft, which makes them super nice to work with. But because of that, they break a lot easier. And so I found that like when the lead was this long, they would break all the time. But if it's a little bit shorter like this, they don't break as easy. So anyway, I love this thing. It should be linked in the description before anyone asks. I think I linked in the description. But yes, I have never seen it in clear before, but that seems pretty handy. Have you ever traveled to an Arab country? I have not. I have not left North America very often, but I hope to do more traveling in my future. But traveling is expensive, so I have to be choosy about it. It's funny for me because I never really cared about sharing my love of anime with friends. Maybe I just see it as my alone time that I devote to myself. Oh yeah, like everyone consumes things differently. For me, I really like discussing things that I enjoy with other people. But if you're able to enjoy the thing in your own time and it's like your you time, that's great. Even better, because then you can just enjoy it without any constraints. Like I've seen many people go to concerts by themselves, which like good for them because, you know, like I personally prefer to go to concerts with people. And so that has prevented me from going to certain concerts because there's like certain artists when they come, I'm like, oh shoot, I don't have anyone to go with because no one else is interested in this group or enough to like go to the concert with me. Okay, let me look up Mop. Even though like literally his design, his character design is extremely simple, I'm going to look him up anyway. Mop, Mop, oh, Mop. He's so he just looks like this. That's it. It's so simple. He's got that like coconut helmet hair. But yeah, there is like so many benefits to just being able to enjoy things on your own. That way you're just not restricted in any way. Yeah, like concerts, movies, like going to the movie theater. But yeah, I prefer to enjoy, or I prefer to do those things with people generally, which is sort of silly with like movies, especially because you're not really supposed to be talking, but which actually, speaking of, a honorary mention for my February favorites that didn't make it to the page is I saw the Yet to Come concert in the cinema for my fellow BTS armies. Basically, BTS, they did a concert in Busan in October, and they filmed it and made it into like a movie theater experience. And it was super cute. The people generally in my theater like were pretty hyped. Like people were cheering, and me and my friend and like the girls next to us and the girls behind us were like dancing and singing along and stuff. It was really cute. It was very wholesome. So that was very fun. I always forget to empty it out. Oh, okay, fair. The sharpener. Yeah. Should I empty mine out? I'll do it later. Oh, actually, I think I dropped it in the last live stream and it exploded everywhere. So I think that was the last time I emptied it out. Glad you're here. You can keep me company at work. Well, I'm glad to help you keep you company. Help blah blah blah. Words are words. Words are hard today, apparently. Yes. I really love live streams to keep me company while I'm working as well. I was mentioning earlier that I've been watching Cheyenne Barton. She's been streaming Kingdom Hearts 2. And even though I've never played Kingdom Hearts, it looks very cute. And I enjoy just sort of like having the background noise while she plays. I joke that my nerdy blind spot is gaming. I don't game. Hey, Tina, just popped in. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day or evening. We're making ways on the monthly favorites. This color palette really is very muted. Very muted this month. Same, but I do that with horror games. It's kind of like a horror movie for you. You should definitely play Kingdom Hearts so you can get obsessed. It's literally the only video game series I ever played. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I I'm very aware of the passionate fan base that Kingdom Hearts has. I'm sure with good reason. Like Cheyenne Barton is like extremely invested. She was like sobbing while she was playing it, or like watching the cutscenes or whatever. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts definitely seems like the game that I would enjoy because I love. Like I grew up with Disney. I like the anime aesthetic because it's basically like it's like Disney with Final Fantasy. So like Final Fantasy, like that aesthetic feels very like anime adjacent. And I remembered watching it, like watching my friend play it, like when it was coming out, like when I was much younger. And yeah, I was like, oh, this seems like I'd be something I'd be into. But it for me, like it just doesn't seem financially viable to buy like a game console or whatever for like a single game. I think I guess it's available on PC now, or maybe it always was. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. YR, what is this? YR4. What is this? I don't know. But yeah, RIP the Final Fantasy movie series. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. I'm so glad I was able to catch this during my lunch break. Yay! I like the earthy palette. Oh, I'm glad. Kind of unrelated, but do you ever plan on making a Discord server? Oh, actually, that's perfectly you bring that up because I have been giving it some serious thought. Discord is something that like people had asked me about before, and I was like, no, I don't know. That seems like very intimidating. And it is still something that intimidates me. But given like just the way that these live streams are now, and like I'm slowly becoming like a little bit more acquainted with Discord, I do think that it would be really good to have. Because I feel like we've garnered a community where we discuss a lot of different things, especially fandom-based stuff. And it's kind of like, it would be like a perfect place for people to connect beyond my live streams. And it kind of be perfect, especially given the person earlier talking about how they don't have any in real life friends who are invested in TV shows nearly as much as they are. So like, I feel like having a Discord would be perfect for people to connect in that way. But it does intimidate me. And I'm like not super familiar with Discord yet, like the ins and outs of how to use it and like moderating it and all that stuff. But I am giving it some serious thought. I think that it would, like, I've been even thinking about like how I would categorize the channels and stuff, like a anime manga section, like an art section, music, like even maybe I would break it down like K-pop and K-dramas or something. I'm not really sure. I love the Discord idea too. Yay, I'm glad. Also, there's a kind of fan who made a YouTube video of all the Kingdom Hearts cutscenes in order and breaks down the story. Oh, wow. I mean, that'd be kind of perfect, right? Because then I can like enjoy the thing without playing it. You can make Discord a Patreon reward. Yes, but that has been the mindset that I've had. That would help alleviate some of the pressure and like the overwhelming, intimidating element. Is if I made the Discord channel for Patreon, for patrons, I should say. And I would make it for like all tiers, and like my tiers start at $2, so like it wouldn't be like entirely inaccessible for people to join. So yeah, that is something I've been thinking about. So it's cool that you brought that up because that helps me feel like, okay, that is something that people are interested in. But yeah, because I definitely noticed that, like, you know, you guys are interacting with each other like in the live streams, and it feels like such a bummer on my part to like cut the stream, like to go, you know, to go my way, and then you guys can't like keep chatting. So a Discord server would be perfect for that. And for like for you guys to interact with each other on things that I might not actually be that knowledgeable about, like video games perhaps, or YA novels and things like that. I'm watching slash listening to you while drawing too. Yay, I'm glad. Yeah, and I saw, I think Katie Mai, I'm not a patron of hers, but I watch her on YouTube, and she was talking about how on her Discord, Patreon server, I don't know what to call it, she does like watch parties, and she has like a book club, and I was like, that's so cute. I wouldn't do a book club because I don't read, but watch parties sound kind of fun. And I've seen other people do it, like react, like people who react to like K-pop music videos. They have Patreon where they react to variety shows and stuff. Like, I think that could be really cool. Like way in the future, like down the line, for me to do like a watch party of, I don't know, TV shows or movies or something. I don't know how to set that up like at all. So that's again like way down in the future. But yeah, like there's just like a lot of things that I've been thinking about of expanding what I do and just like finding other ways to connect with you guys, because yeah, like I really like these live streams, and finding ways to connect with you guys. Talking about K-dramas, I started to watch Boys Over Flowers recently, and it's reminding me of how much I love early 2000s media. Oh my god, my friend was actually just talking about Boys Over Flowers. She was like talking about an actor from it, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I've never seen that before. But yeah, she loves that one, and I'm like very intrigued to watch this because I also love early 2000s media. I have like such a soft spot for that era of movies. Like She's the Man and like all those like rom-coms. I actually I just watched Mike's Mike. He's a YouTuber. He just did a video where he discussed the early 2000s Charlie's Angels movies, and I freaking love those movies. So I was so excited to see that he did a video about that. I love those movies. They're so campy and fun. And Lucy Liu is a whole queen. Oh my god, Mike's Mike is hilarious. I love him. He's so funny. I just watched All of Us Are Dead. Oh, right. Yes, I have not seen any K-dramas. So that's like a whole nother realm that I have not explored. I watched that earlier. Freaky Friday is one of my faves. Oh, I love Freaky Friday. Yeah, Freaky Friday, She's the Man. Obviously Mean Girls. I mean, that's just like Mean Girls like transcends. I'm trying to think of other ones. I can't, my brain is like not thinking of other ones right now, but fantastic era of just fun movies. 10 Things I Hate About You, Princess Diaries. Yes. Oh my god. A+, guys. A+. Ella Enchanted. Oh, so cute. Yes. Princess Diaries is so good. Yes. Did they do a reboot of that? Not a reboot. Did they do another one? Like a recent one? I feel like I saw rumors of that or something. Which seems sort of cash grabby, but I mean, sure. Ooh, controversial opinion. I love a makeover. I love a makeover sequence. I know that there are problems attached to it, but I like a makeover sequence. It's so fun. Maybe that can be a hot take that I do in a future podcast. A Knight's Tale. Oh my gosh. A Knight's Tale was not one. That's the one with Heath Ledger, right? I had not seen that one when it came out, and then it like popped up on Netflix like years ago, and I was like, "Wait, what the heck? What is this?" Because I, saw that it was Heath Ledger, and I was like, "What?" And so I watched it, and I was like, "How did I never see this before?" I do feel like I liked it, but I remember thinking it was like a touch longer than it needed to be. That's my memory of it. You know what though? Princess Bride. That's like an older one. That's not early 2000s, but I love Princess Bride. Love, love, love. I think Julie Andrews is really old, so I don't know if she wants to make another movie. Yeah, I could see her just being like, y'all, let it die. My mom loves Interview with a Vampire. I loved that one. That was 94, right? I had never seen it until actually last year, and it was actually one of my October favorites. Hold on, let me pull it up. Do. Yes. Ta-da! Doesn't quite look like him, but this is Brad Pitt's character. Yeah, I loved Interview with a Vampire. So good. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom and fill up my water. So this is everyone's intermission. If you also need to stretch your legs, go grab snacks or water. Where is my little be right back sign? Oh no. Oh, here it is. Yes. So I will be right back and we will continue on with the stream. Hello. Okay, I'm back. I'm currently reading Interview with the Vampire, and it's way less gay than I thought it would be. Oh, that's really disappointing. Aw. Yeah, that's I had heard, so I've only seen the 94 film, and then I had heard that the TV show that people really like, really, really liked it, and I think it was like more gay than the movie. But that's sad. Um, about the book. I'm good. Delivered my first commission to a client today. How are you? Ooh, that's awesome. Congrats. I'm a little bit ill, but the stream made my day. Aw, sorry that you're feeling under the weather. To be fair, I think gay relationships weren't as accepted back then, and Rice did what she could. Yes, yeah, for sure. You gotta do the undertones. Which, oh my god, speaking of gay undertones, I am continuing my watch of The Untamed, which is a Chinese drama, and for that reason as well. So the novel, as far as I know, is very, very gay, but the TV show, because of like China censorship, is got undertones of gay. Yeah, I should charge my phone. Let me just plug it in so that we don't. Mob is looking so cute. Yay, I'm glad. Thank you. Mob is so cute. Had a scam commission request recently. Oh no, I'm sorry. Ugh, so frustrating. It's rainy here, so I'm waiting for work to be over so I can go cuddle. That sounds like a good way to end the day. It's not raining here, but it's definitely gloomy today. Okay, Marble. Isn't he just the sweetest boy? I appreciate that sentiment in Mob Psycho. He just wants to be a good person. So wholesome. Sorry to ask this, but are you in the LGBT community in any way? Totally fine to ask that. Sometimes I wonder, honestly. But as far as I know at this moment in time, I am an ally. But yeah, totally fine to ask. I actually have not been I haven't been keeping up with the new season of Drag Race, except through the pit stop. Like, I haven't actually been watching each episode. I just watch Bianca Del Rio recap it on the pit stop with whatever guest that she has. It's so entertaining. Of course, because Bianca Del Rio is so funny. But I also just like all the guests so far have been really, really good. The Untamed, my favorite show of all time. Yeah, I posted about it on my Instagram stories yesterday or 2 days ago, just talking about how I really want the sharp, straight eyebrows that everyone seems to have on that show. And like, people were hyped. People really love that show. It's so funny because like it garnered like way more views on my Instagram stories like than most of my other posts do. It's so funny. Hi, hello from France. Hello. Good thing I didn't proceed with the request. They wanted to pay an online check and offered to pay $200 for their daughter's portrait. I'm glad that you didn't actually get scammed. It's, yeah, it's good that you were able to discern that in advance. Psyche is like the satire version of Mob Psycho. I love it. Oh, okay. That's a good way of explaining it because I've had a lot of people ask me about that show or mention that show to me before, and I had no idea what it was about, except I knew that there was like a pink-haired character with little like green antennae thingies or something. Okay, That's really interesting. That's funny because like Mob Psycho already is like not even, doesn't really even feel like that serious of a show. So it's funny that there's something that's like even potentially like more goofy, I guess. Because I was saying earlier how Mob Psycho doesn't feel like a typical shonen series to me. I think I want to give... I'm thinking about giving this like a slightly sticker looking design, like have outlines around all these characters, just to like try and find a way to like make this work for me. So with Mob Psycho, I think like the blue makes the most sense. My fave this season is Anitra. Yes, I saw her performance where she like karate chopped a piece of wood like for her her like talent show performance. Like so sick. So cool. But yeah, I love watching the pit stop. I did not know that Bianca Del Rio and Brooklyn Heights were like so close. Like they seem really close, which like it was just like such an unexpected but such a fun interaction. Brooklyn Heights, my my Toronto queen. Anitra versus Sasha in the lip sync challenge is one of my faves of all time lip syncs. Ooh, yeah. I did watch that. That was very cool. Yes, yes, yes. So good. Is anyone watching Vinland Saga? I've seen some of it on Netflix. It's on Netflix and it's on Crunchyroll. I haven't gone very far on it, but I did start watching it. I remember thinking the animation looked really good. Okay, I'm now committed to the sticker vibe. Let's see how it goes, but I will now proceed to outline all of them, I suppose. Well, I'll get there. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about using alcohol markers and color pencils for these favorites. The paint markers were like so much more straightforward, I feel like. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let's use color pencils now. Oh yeah, Psyche is super fun. It's a great show. I will have to add it to my list. You are a great artist. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. Or do you want to use fine liners? I did not use fine liners last time. Okay, I'm gonna use colored pencils first, and then if I like really don't like it, I will introduce the fine liners in. You could make it look like Mob's psychedelic outline in the show. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. That's kind of what I was getting inspired by. But we'll see. Have you seen the anime Play It Cool Guy/Cool Doji Danshi? I'd definitely recommend it if you'd like a wholesome stress-free series with relatable humor. I have not seen that one. Is it on Crunchyroll? Do you know? Do you use Crunchyroll to watch your anime? Is there any chance we could get an Untamed fan art on next month's favorite? It is highly possible that the Untamed will end up on one of my monthly favorites. It's taking me a really long time to get through it. The episodes are really long, and the show is pretty slow to start. I was like, I watch it in like chunks. I was watching a little bit of it last night, and I was like, wait, I'm only on episode 9? I feel like I've been watching it for ages. So I think I need to get a little further in. I'm not like fully hooked yet. Like I'm enjoying it, but I'm not like obsessed with it yet. It seems like it's like a slow burn. But I'm positive that it will make it into monthly favorites. Maybe not next month, but I'm sure it will. Especially because like the characters are beautiful. So that alone is reason enough for me to want to draw them. Do you have any tips on blending color pencils? Because no matter how hard I press, it just doesn't work. I would recommend actually not pressing hard. That's probably my trick, or my advice, is actually to, if you're blending, to press lightly, actually. Because if you press really hard, really quickly, or like too soon, basically what happens is you're compressing the fibers of the paper, and then the paper can't take any more pigment. So that actually might be what's happening for you. I have a video from a few years ago where I do an illustration entirely out of color pencils, and I provide like all of my color pencil advice in that video. It's a little bit older now, but like I'm sure all the advice that I provide in that video will be the same. But yes, that is my hot tip for that. Making chocolate cake to celebrate the start of F1. Ooh, exciting! My friend loves Formula One. I'm not in the Formula One fandom, if that's the right way to describe it, but yes, my friend is a big fan. And yeah, all of the art supplies I'm using is in the description of this live stream. And I also have a link to my favorite art supplies video because I know that people are gonna ask. Have you ever wanted to make children's illustrations? You know what? I did at one point, like way back. I think probably when I was in college, when I was studying graphic design, because I was like, all right, like how do I incorporate what I do right now in school with illustration? Because even though I went to school for graphic design, I knew that illustration was the thing that I was actually interested in. So children's book illustrations seemed like an option, like something that made sense given the context. But now that I'm a little bit more experienced and I'm like, you know, a full-time artist now, the desire to do children's book illustrations hasn't really been on my radar anymore. I'm not like opposed to it forever, but I don't think I see myself doing that anytime soon. So yeah, something that I'm like attempting to do with this spread is to make it more punchy, especially because of the muted colors. So I think like with the line art and stuff, I'm trying to go a little thicker and introduce like more colors. I feel like illustrating a fantasy YA book would be so fun. A kind of vibe you would rock, I think. Oh, well, thank you very much. But I do think that genre probably would make more sense for me, for sure. I was actually having this conversation with Chris Hong Art. I'm sure many of you are familiar with her. She's a fellow internet artist, or artist of the internet. I don't know what's the best way to describe what we do for a living. But we were joking about how, like, you know, the characters that she draws, like, she doesn't intend them to be children, but they just sort of look very youthful. Whereas for me, all of my characters just sort of default to looking like young adults. So yeah, that's a really funny observation. And I think like a lot of that just comes from like our influences and like what we gravitate towards. For me, like, yeah, I consume a lot of anime and I used to love reading YA novels. So it makes a lot of sense. I wish books had more illustrations in them. Why are the kids the only ones who get art in their books? Well, I do agree with you 100%. The kids just get the more fun things, right? But that being said, I know this is a completely different media, basically, but I think that's why I prefer like graphic novels, manga, webtoons, because they are illustration based. But they are also for adults or like an older audience. But obviously, it's very different from a novel. But I do think that, like, yeah, like just young adult novels with illustrations throughout would be a great thing. Apologies if this colored pencil part is like kind of boring. It's like very tedious and slow, but definitely necessary in this this process. Your art reminds me a lot of stuff I see on webtoons. Would you ever illustrate for a comic writer? Um, yes, no, not yes. Yes, as in I totally see what you mean by that because I feel like a lot of webtoons, at least like a lot of the ones that I read or see, they feel reminiscent of anime. Or they're kind of blending that like stylistic and realism like together. Obviously, there's like a whole breadth of webtoon styles out there, but in anime, of course, as well. But yeah, I also feel like I'm probably being influenced by webtoons as well because I do read them. But I definitely don't see myself doing a comic anytime soon. It's such a long commitment, and I have a very short attention span. I also am not confident in drawing like a whole breadth of things, which is definitely required for comics, like objects, buildings, environments, animals. Like, you know, you do need like a, whoops, I just spit. Sorry, mob. Like a pretty wide breadth of skill sets and a dedicated attention span. I don't have the attention span for it. I greatly admire people who work in comics, whether it be like you know, writing and drawing, just drawing, writing, whichever it is. Like, it is a full-time commitment. Like, I can't even commit to oil painting. It's too long of a process. Currently reading a graphic novel called Saga. Oh, I think I've heard of that. Sounds familiar. Comics are weird because they're so beautiful and awesome, but you read them in like 30 minutes when it took 2 years to make. It's true. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I totally like, I always feel almost a little guilty when I read through, yeah, like a comic or something like so quickly because I know exactly, yeah, that exact salmon. And I'm like, this took them so long to make, and I consumed it in like, you know, like per page I'm consuming in like seconds. Sometimes I try to linger to like really soak it in and appreciate all of the work that's put into it, but you also just want to like consume the story as well. Okay, we're gonna leave Mob like that for now, and move back to Vax because that's the more interesting one, I think. Let's move my tripod a little here. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a little bit of a risk, and I'm going to outline all of the things like I did with Mob. So I'm going to do that with Vax, which is like, yeah, it's an approach that is a bit of a risk because I didn't do it last month, but you know what? We're just going to do it. So for the color, what do I want to go with? Green. I might go with the green to like tie it in with the green that I used over here. Bring some color to this portrait. Because I think like I've had somebody mention that these monthly favorites kind of read like sticker sheets. And so I'm like, okay, like let's lean into that, right? Why not? At least we're going to try this month and see how I feel about it. I have a huge graphic novel called Blankets by Craig Thompson. I'm excited to read it because it's so big. Ooh, that's going to be really satisfying. Who are you drawing? This is Mob from Mob Psycho, and this is Vax from Vox Machina. Reminds me of the days of taking out a whole manga series from the library and returning them the next day. I would finish them super quick. Wow, that's amazing. The problem with my library when I was growing up was they never had enough of the series. Like there would always be like volume 3 and 6 or something. And so like I took out manga so infrequently because there was never like a complete set. But looking back at it, I'm amazed that they had any at all, given the time and the city that I lived in. I just got a pile of comics that I can't wait to read. Ooh, so exciting. The green goes well with the color skin. Good choice. Oh, yay, thank you. Would be cool to make them sticker sheets. I think it's a fun idea, but every page has such specific things happening in it, so I think it would be a hard sell. Like maybe someone would like Mob but not know who this character is, or like vice versa. So it's a cool idea, but I don't know if it would make sense. I have been talking about, or I mentioned in the last stream about turning them into a zine in the future, like maybe like after a couple more years, or even like one more year. I feel like if I had 3 years of these, it would be like a great zine. because then it would be, you know, a substantial amount of them. Max is mixing that spread. Thank you, thank you. Yes, gotta have some eye candy on any given spread. Ooh, a zine would be great. Yay, I'm glad. Off topic, I too graduated from college doing graphic design and noticed that a lot of us turn illustrators or full-time artists or take commissions. Yeah, graphic design is just kind of after you leave school, you realize that most of the graphic design jobs are pretty corporate, and that's not very exciting. There's nothing wrong with doing corporate graphic design, and obviously having any job within a corporate, you know, environment is very much needed and necessary and like totally valid. But I imagine that a lot of us want something more creatively fulfilling, and so we end up, you know, branching off into other things. I have like, yeah, a number of friends who studied animation and then they ended up being independent artists because same thing, like not that like animation is the same as graphic design, but like a lot of the times the animation jobs, you are fulfilling somebody else's vision. And sometimes that's not what people want, right? So I wish we could send photos through the chat. I would send the photo I have of the Coraline I painted along with you. I even printed out the drawing from a screenshot and used transfer paper. Well, I'm glad that I was able to help you make an illustration. That's very cool. Yeah, libraries never had the whole set. I would order books from other libraries online. Oh, wow. Good job. Do you freestyle the text on top as well? It's so clean. I did. Thank you very much. That's that might be part of my graphic design coming through a little bit. How I did this was I guess, well, I did freestyle it, but in this case I actually did type out it digitally, like I typed out February on Photoshop and like picked a font, and then I just copied it a little bit or used it as a reference. And how I did this was you can see the pencil marks I'd like mapped out with a ruler like straight across the column there. And then basically what I did was I just sort of like drew in rectangles so that the angle would be consistent and I knew how many letters were going to fit. If that makes sense. That's kind of how I did that, because like the worst is when you put all this effort into like writing all these letters and then you don't have enough room. So you can kind of see like this part is a little bit more big and spaced out, and it does squish a little bit on this end, but not as bad as it could have been, I suppose. But yeah, like January, I just like completely freehand. I didn't like look at a font or anything. I just like did it as is. I like the colored outlines, makes them look stickery. Yeah, that's definitely the vision I'm going for. The cat faces are super cute. Thank you. I actually really like them too. I studied animation in school and I don't want to be part of the animation industry because California is absurdly expensive. Oh yeah. California definitely seems to be like the place for animation. And yeah, totally fair about the expensive living situation, because cost of living is definitely a factor to take into account. When man, libraries didn't have any manga when I was younger. I was lucky to find one anime VHS at Blockbuster. I know, it's like that's kind of the beauty of it becoming more mainstream, right? It's just becoming more and more accessible. Which is why I'm like, yeah, like looking back and I'm like amazed that my library had any manga at all. I forgot to put like the cuff on the sleeve there. Oh my god, doing the outline on the clothes. This is reminding me of like the Tumblr days. I used to follow on Tumblr, I used to follow this blog called Disney bounding or something. And they would do these little like flat lay, like digitally, they would do these little flat lays of Disney bound outfits. Basically, if you're not familiar with Disney bounding, so if you go to Disneyland or Disney World and any like Disney park, you're not allowed to like fully cosplay as a character because they don't want you competing or being confused with an actual cast member. And so people will do like, you know, pedestrian outfits that look inspired by a character. And so it was dubbed Disney bounding. But yeah, that's what this is reminding me of. That's like a very random cut. Florida's expensive too over here. Living in Canada is fun and there are cheaper cities, but why is it so cold? I live in Toronto, so it is very expensive here. But yes, the cold is not fun. That manga library thing reminds me of the Sonic comics I used to borrow and rent out of order. Good times. Oh my god, I didn't know Sonic had comics. That's hilarious. I knew there was a TV show, but I did not know there was comics. That is very fun. I live in the UK, and the only graphic novel libraries would ever have were the James Patterson Maximum Ride series. I have never heard of that before. My friend lives in Winnipeg, and she'll just casually be like, it's -50. Oh my god. Oh, no. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, my friend, she is, she's been teaching in Nunavut, so it is also extremely cold up there, so I can't say anything. Toronto, honestly, like, it's not even that cold, in the grand scheme of things. I did not think about this in advance in terms of the outlines. So now they're like competing against each other. I'm not really sure if I should just go over it, like have the blue go into the pink. I'm not sure. We'll see. Michiganders just kind of live in the cold. We've prepped for a snowstorm tonight, like it's a movie night. Aw, well, at least, like, you know, you guys are, like, finding ways to enjoy it, I suppose. Michigan is, like, practically Canada, I feel like. Like, I've heard that you guys have Tim Hortons, which is, like, a Canadian coffee chain. I didn't know they had comics either until I went to the library. I was already a Sonic fan, so they warmed my little cartoonist loving heart. Aw. That's really sweet. Yeah, people love Sonic. I weirdly enjoy Sonic too, even though I've like never played the games. I don't know if I watched the TV show, but there's just something endearing about it. The character designs are wild. I always say gotta go fast, like all the time. I used to go to used bookstores and stock up on manga and graphic novels for cheap. Then I'd sell back when done and buy more. Ooh, that is smart. Good call. None of it. You also have to watch for polar bears on your daily commute. Yeah, it's like, you know, there's parts of the year where it's completely dark all like 24/7, and then there's parts of the year where it's daylight all the time. Like, I could never. Props to her, and props to everyone who lives in Nunavut or like in those regions. Here in Rio, and is around 45 degrees Celsius right now because, like, oh my god, 45 degrees. Oof, that is hot, 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 hot. I don't fare well in super heat. Like that's oof. Yes, they're building another Tim Hortons in my neighborhood. It's so good. Oh my god, I love that. I like when I was in college, my friends and I would get ice caps like all the time. Ice caps galore. And when I worked retail, my boss and stuff would like when they were feeling generous, they'd get like a 40 pack of Timbits or whatever and just like have them in the break room. I haven't had Tim Hortons actually in a really long time. Not that I have anything against it. I actually don't live that close to one, which is really weird to think about. I'm trying to think of the closest Tim Hortons to me. I guess like with Toronto, there's so many like cool kind of like independently owned coffee shops. So that's maybe why like I don't go to Tim Hortons as often because I feel like I run into those more frequently. But I do have like a little soft spot I feel like it's a Canadian right to have have a little soft spot for Tim Hortons. And here it's already summer, like in February, Asia gang. Yes, I do remember going to Vietnam in February, and I was like, oh, it is summer over here. There's something for everyone to enjoy in the Sonic fandom, honestly. Fun fact, the 90s cartoon series Sonic was voiced by the guy that plays Steve Urkel. Stop. That is so funny. That's a really fun fact. I couldn't sell a book back for the life of me. I get so attached to them. Aw. I was never interested in books, but now when my parents ask me what I want for a birthday, I answer manga, and they're like, aw. I mean, manga, it is a little different from like a novel though. Reading like a novel versus a manga is definitely different. Now I'm craving iced coffee. I love iced coffee. Love it. Any kind of variety of it. I love it. Okay. Sugar cat. I think I'll do pink since we did pink here. And then Hoshi cat, maybe yellow. I think that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. I think this Hoshi tiger is my favorite on this entire spread. It's really cute. And I feel like I captured his essence really well. Not to toot my own horn, but I do like this little tiger. My 7-year-old girl just loves Sonic too. That's so cute. I love that. Vietnamese coffee is the most god tier drink ever. Oh, chef's kiss. I love Vietnamese coffee. Love. Iced Vietnamese coffee. Oh my god. Have I talked about this before? So I almost exclusively only buy a very specific Vietnamese brand. I think it's a Vietnamese brand of sweetened condensed milk. I use it for many a thing, but definitely I love it for coffee. And it typically comes in a can, which is really annoying because it is not something that I'm consuming all at once. So like storing it and stuff is just like a hassle. But I was at TNT, which is like an Asian grocery store, and they now sell it, this very specific brand that I buy as well. It's got like an old man on the outside. It comes in a squeeze bottle. It was like, it continues to be like one of my favorite discoveries. It should have actually made one of my monthly favorites, honestly. I love it so much. But anyway, that's my extremely random rant about my love of the squeeze bottle sweetened condensed milk. Between comics and novels, I can't pick my favorite. Maybe novels because it's like a movie in my mind, and I can make everything up based on descriptions. Yes, I definitely think that reading a novel is really immersive in that way because you're kind of forced to really absorb what the novel is describing to you. Whereas with like a manga or a graphic novel, the visual is already there. So for me, like, I'm such a visual person, and so I really enjoy just having like the visual presented to me already. But there are huge merits to both, for sure. What's your favorite seasonal coffee? Oh, do I have a favorite seasonal coffee? I don't know, actually. I just really enjoy like an iced Vietnamese coffee. I think that's like probably my favorite. I also really enjoy like iced bubble teas. We have so many bubble tea shops in Toronto, so there's like always like a million different options. But yeah, like I'm not a pumpkin spice latte person or like a cotton candy chocolate mocha type person either. Not cotton candy, candy cane. Sorry, I meant to say candy cane, like in terms of like holiday time. I'm not a mint chocolate person. Not really that vibe personally. I don't have Amazon Prime, but I got the 99-cent week trial to binge the new Vox Machina season and canceled again. Honestly, totally fair. They have enough money. Cheat the system. Amazon, I mean. Vox Machina, I love it. I will give them my money if they need it. Sweetened condensed milk is so delicious. Tres leches is my favorite food of all time. Ooh, yeah. Caramel is good. Used to use condensed milk to sweeten my oatmeal. Yeah. Yeah, I love, like, which maybe this sounds blasphemous because I'm Canadian, but I don't really have maple syrup very often, like just on hand. So when I do waffles and stuff, I'll drizzle sweetened condensed milk on it instead because that's just what I usually have. When you read the book, then the movie of it comes out and you're like, this isn't the setting I imagined at all. Yeah, that's a really hard thing about adaptations is like there is a million different versions of this universe that lives in every single person's brain. So it's like impossible to picture or to encapsulate and please everybody. Oh, speaking of actually, are we excited for the new season of Shadow and Bone? That comes out really soon. I've never read the books. I really wanted to read Six of Crows after watching the show because that was like my favorite part. But I haven't yet. But I'm excited for the new season. That's why I have my kids read the book first. The movie totally hijacks the imagination if you watch the movie first. It's the director's version that you have stuck in your head. Yes. Yeah. It's hard to like not think of the movie if you've watched the movie first. I don't drink coffee, but I could drink Kelpico every day. Ooh, Kelpico. So good. Yes. My like summer cocktail that I made for my friends, often we would do Kelpico and soju, like flavored soju. Very delicious. Not every day, obviously, for special occasions. I like watching the movie, then reading the book for more info and detail and context. That's totally fair. French vanilla is top tier sweetener. Speaking of coffee, I've been obsessed with tiramisu lately. I could eat a whole tiramisu cake. I love tiramisu. Love. Love, love, love. So good. I feel like I have not been drawing at all the past little while. I've been so enraptured in our conversation. Okay, let's do the hearts. Little hearts. Do I do pink? Do I do green? I mean, I always go for pink. Maybe I'll just make them different colors. I feel like I always make them the same color, but what's stopping me from doing a different color? Yes, yes. Can you tell my energy is more chaotic talking about sweetened condensed milk? I love that's the thing that gets me hyped. Let's see. Maybe this one will be pink. Personally, I know it sounds cliche for me to say as a Québécois, but a good poutine, poutine, right? Poutine just hits hard for me. Oh, I only get poutine when I go to Montreal. Because like I'm generally not a poutine person, but obviously in Quebec, that's where you get it. I say Montreal just because that's the only place I've been in Quebec. But there's this Portuguese place that does like a Portuguese spin, I guess, on poutine, and it is so good. I get it every time I go. Which, by the way, anyone in Quebec or in that area near Montreal, I will be at Montreal Comic Con this year. Excited. Okay, this, I think, this one yellow, this one green. Yeah. If this was digital, I would have made Mob like a teeny bit bigger. There's just a lot of space around him. But it is not digital. We are married to this. Tiramisu is so good, right? Attack on Titan is also really soon. Oh, right. I'm so bad. I still haven't seen the 4th season yet. I watched like the first episode of season 4 of Attack on Titan, and I was like, who are they? I was so confused. But I'll get there. I'll get there. If anyone's a non-coffee drinker, black tea lattes are delish and have caffeine. Oh yeah, I do love tea. I love me a matcha. I love an Earl Grey. Chef's kiss. Pink is the best color after all. It is my favorite for sure. If you put pumpkin spice creamer in black tea, it tastes like Thai tea. Oh my God. Actually, yes. Perfect that you mentioned that because I just bought Thai tea mix. I don't know why I didn't think this was a thing. I was just like, I would always just get it when it was available at a restaurant or whatever. But now I'm like, wait a minute, I can just make it myself. I just bought it off Amazon, like a bag of it. And I'm very excited to make Thai iced tea at home because that shit is so good. Hello, Wonders. Hello. Hello. I have driven through part of Alberta and British Columbia all the way up to Prince Rupert, then took a ferry to Alaska. I have never seen water the color it is in BC. It is like a vivid jade. Wow, that is quite the road trip. That is so cool. Yes, I actually have plans to go to BC for the first time this year. I'm really excited. I've never been. My friend lives there now, so I'm gonna go visit her. Super, super excited. Have you ever accidentally tried Control Z on a traditional piece? I don't think so. I don't work digitally enough for that mistake. I feel like there are a lot of cases though where I wish I could like just, you know, pinch it, make it a little bigger, turn it a little bit. But yeah, thankfully, I don't think I've ever done the Control Z thing. I need fruity teas in my life. I'm trying to get healthy. Oh yeah, I've been doing a lot of smoothies lately for that reason. I'm like, all right, let's get these fruits in my system here. I love fruit, but either I'm like lazy to prep it or it like goes bad quickly, right? Because I live alone, so I have to like consume things fairly fast. But smoothies are a great alternative because then I can buy it frozen and then just blend it. Because like, you know, like mangoes are my favorite fruit, but they're such a hassle to eat. Oh my God, is Wonders our fandom name? I don't have a designated fandom name. I know a little while back people were saying Wanderers, which was cute, but hard to say. So I don't know. I mean, the idea of having a fandom name is like so baffling to me, but thank you. That's very sweet. So I'm making this, because this is a bowl, I'm trying to make it look like it's got some dimension here. I just realized I was like really enraptured in the convo and I was not drawing at all. But I will say I'm really digging the colored outlines on everything. I think it's really fun. I think I might continue it for the rest of them. It's a little annoying I didn't do it in January. Like I feel like I'm a little bit perfectionist-y in that regard, like wanting them to all look the same. I guess I could technically go back and do that, but I've already posted it, so it's fine. But yeah, I'm digging it. It's cute. And as I was saying earlier, like I felt like this spread was feeling really devoid of color. So these outlines are really helping bringing everything together and giving it more color. So yeah, I just wanted to make it a little thicker on Mob. It's going to be a little darker than I want, but it's okay. I think this is bothering me. I think this needs to just overlap. I'll be more aware of that next time. Okay. Ooh, fun. I'm into it, actually. That would be a cute fandom name. Hello, Wonders. That is really cute. I love artwork we're doing with markers. Yes. Oh my god, is Wonders. I do the Procreate 2-finger taps to undo on traditional pieces. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm like so inept at digital programs that I don't know all the shortcuts. I went to a cafe and got an oat milk matcha latte, and the barista suggested adding white chocolate to it, and it changed my life. Ooh, that sounds really good. I love white chocolate. That's a divisive thing, white chocolate. I feel like some people love it and some people really don't. I also love the outline on the Art Chef's Kiss. Thank you. Mangoes are the best. I love them too, but they're such a mess. I know, they're so hard to eat. There have been times I've said delete in my head instead of erase when working traditionally. Makes me want a Vax sticker now. Look at him smirk. So smug. Emo Batman era, as someone had described earlier. Do you think the paper used with alcohol markers makes or breaks your result? Like, does it matter if it's cheap paper? I do think that it can make a difference depending on how cheap you mean. Because alcohol markers are so wet. I know that sounds kind of gross, but they're like, even though it is technically like a dry media, like it's not a paint, it's very inky, right? Like the markers. So if your paper is like, when I think like cheap, like computer paper, like copy paper, it's just gonna like wrinkle and like get all soggy. So like that would definitely make a huge difference. But like if you're using like sketchbook paper that like, you know, maybe it bleeds through the other side, but it still holds up, like that's fine. You do have to like adapt to the paper though. Like if you are using something cheaper or that's not really meant for markers, then like maybe you can't use as many layers on it or something, you know, like you have to adapt to the limitations, I guess. But I don't think it's absolutely necessary to be using super high-end stuff. You just have to like be mindful of, yeah, what you might have in terms of limitations. Okay, I didn't love that. Let's just do that. Yes. Okay. Trying to learn both traditional and digital illustration simultaneously, it is a job. Yeah, just switching from any medium. Like even when I switch from like markers to paint, like even within paint, like you do have to just like rewire your brain again over and over. But I do find that is like, I like the engaging element of that, which is why I like jumping around from different mediums. So yeah. Okay. I feel like I've been stalling. Let's work on Vax again. Let's get him to like a more rendered place, or like closer to finish. Mangoes are delish. I just wish 40% of the fruit was inedible. I know the pits are huge. White chocolate is against my life code. Mangoes are alive. That's what I'm saying. White chocolate, it's divisive. White chocolate, obviously mint chocolate, that's like a big debate. I'm not a mint chocolate person. I'm not like I don't like completely despise it, but I would say that it's like really low on my selection option. Like if I was really craving ice cream and it was the only option for whatever reason, I'd probably still eat it because I love ice cream. And I'm greedy, but or no, gluttonous. Gluttonous is probably the better word. But like I'm never gonna order it personally. And that is my random rant on mint chocolate. Hello, I'm glad I could make it to a stream. This is a really cool spread. Mob Psycho was definitely one of my faves too. Yay, I'm glad. He is just the sweetest little boy, isn't he? Oh, you know what? I have a different color that I want to use for this. Where is it? More masculine characters is always like an interesting balance to strike when I approach like blush and like making the nose rosy and lips and stuff, is because I don't want to go too far because then they don't read as masculine. I mean, the definition of masculine is very wide, of course. But in the context of this particular character, we don't want to go too heavy on the blush. And let's go with... Normally I gravitate towards a purple for shadows, but because there is a lot of blue happening in this spread, let's go with blue. Oh no, I'm using the wrong sharpener. Oh no. I gotta go. Have a nice day, everyone. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I've heard that watercolor paper isn't recommended for alcohol markers because really sucks up the marker ink. Yes, that is true. It's like too absorbent. And then you're going to run out of... Your marker is going to run dry a lot faster. Yes, that is correct. Oh my god, I'm so late. Better late than never. I know I'm probably winding down a little bit, but... Have you seen the toothpaste with chocolate chips meme? That's really funny. I feel like maybe I haven't seen it, but that is an accurate description that people give when they are team no chocolate, mint chocolate. My son made me a mango smoothie once, took a sip, was delicious, but noticed I was chewing a lot. Then I fished a sticker out of my mouth. Turned out he put the whole mango in the blender. Oh my god. Your blender must be extremely powerful to be able to handle entire mango. Oh my gosh, that's really funny. Ooh, yes. Okay, I'm kind of digging this little combination here. Did you see you were live at the same time as Jungkook? Oh no! I did not know that. I mean, completely understandable if everyone's gonna watch Jungkook's live instead. I'm sure he's putting on like a concert right now. Um, that's really funny. Do you plan to do another page of spreads for this stream? No, I am probably going to stream for, ooh, it's actually already been over 3 hours. Right? Because I started at noon. Yeah, it's been 3.5 hours. I should probably go soon. Yeah, I will not be doing another spread in this live stream, but I have an entire playlist of all my previous live streams if you want more. Yeah, usually I stream for like 3-ish hours, and it's already actually been an hour and 3.5 hours. But I'm having fun. So JK fell asleep in the live. Staff had to turn it off remotely. Oh my god. That's so cute. That is so cute. Oh my god. But also, you know there was like 1 million people fully just watching him sleep. And we're probably happy to do so. That's extremely funny. I think V did that too, right? He fell asleep during a live or like took a nap. They are so funny. Oh my gosh. These boys. I loved seeing that Sunghwan from 17 and Subin from TXT did a live stream together. Super cute, so wholesome. I didn't watch the whole thing, I just saw like clips of it. I personally don't really like chocolate instead if it is mint. Yeah, I do really like mint tea. I have really enjoyed watching someone do art today. Making art is usually done in isolation. It can be lonely. Your live stream is very chill and fun. I'm glad. Yay. Yeah, I like having, things in the background to keep me company while I work. He must be exhausted if he fell asleep, though. I mean, that is very possible, which, that is kind of like a known thing, unfortunately, in like the K-pop industry, is they're often really overworked. But as far as I can tell, Jungkook has been he's been chilling, as far as I can tell. Like, I think in like one of his other live streams, he was talking about how he hasn't been getting up to like a lot lately. But it's possible that he is actually working. It's just like he hasn't posted anything about what he's been working on. I have no idea, but I hope he's doing good, regardless. Another K-pop live stream moment that I loved was Bangchan from Stray Kids. Han, he like popped in, and they were singing the opening theme to Chainsaw Man, which I loved, and like they were like jokingly like trying to like pretend to like pull the chainsaw. Like, oh my god, it was so funny and so cute. I appreciate that they are anime fans. I was on JK Live and I was like, is JK sleeping? Same. I love painting along with art streamers. Yes. It was 4 a.m. in South Korea. He said he didn't want to sleep and then fell asleep 5 seconds later. Oh, he's so sweet. Yeah, that to me makes sense. Because like the time zone in Korea, like South Korea and here is like almost opposite. So that makes a lot of sense. That's kind of like the equivalent of like, you know, when you're on your phone and you're like, I'm tired, but I still want to scroll. And then you wake up and like your phone just like smacked you in the face. Or like when people are like, you know, like on the phone with each other and they're like, no, you hang up. No, you hang up. And then they fall asleep. Aw, what a cutie pie. That last Chan live was gold. It was so good. And then, so for context, like Bang Chan of Stray Kids, at the end of every live stream, he like hugs the camera as if he's like hugging the audience goodbye, which is like so wholesome. And Lino, another member, he was like behind the camera and they were like, okay, Lino, like hug, you know, the audience goodbye. And then he did like a headlock. It was very funny. Because of course he did. But anyway, the parasocial relationship is strong. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom again, and then we will continue to like mostly finish off Vax. I want to like, yeah, I want to get him like to like a slightly more finished degree, and then I'll go and have like an extremely late lunch. So okay, let's me do this, and I will be right back, and we will continue working on this bad boy. I'm really actually liking the combo of the blue and the orange here. Okay, I'll be right back, I promise. Everyone stretch your legs and or get some hydration. Your content and Stray Kids got me through the pandemic. LOL, wholesome art, and then those 8 goofballs can cure many things. Aww, that is very high honor for me to be grouped with Stray Kids. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you. That's very nice. Did anyone know that Nova Scotia is near Canada? And America, sorry, brain fart, I'm dying to go to Canada. How is it? Nova Scotia is in Canada. I never would have thought to leave a sticky note. Yeah, I'm not tech savvy yet. And I don't have my live stream hooked up to OBS yet, which is like how people can do like a full title screen with like, I'll be right back or whatever. I'll get there. I just got a webcam, so I'm working on that. It'll be a bit of a struggle for me to learn all that stuff, but I'll get there. I'll get high tech eventually. But yes, thanks for sticking out all of my kinks and my troubleshooting with my very low budget setup here for live streaming. But yes, thanks to the financial support of my patrons, I was able to upgrade some equipment, and I got like a new light, and I got, yeah, the webcam. So a matter of time for me to just learn how to use it. And I will have to change my setup as well a little bit. Your content creation methods is very unique and chill. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, pretty early on, I knew I wanted my content to be not just art. Like, I wanted it to kind of encapsulate a lot of other things. So I'm glad that we can chat fandom and mint chocolate and stuff. Does it get hard to budget for your business or even personal life since some income streams vary month to month? Thankfully, like, Patreon especially is fairly steady, but yes, it is one of those things where it is good to have multiple streams of income. That's like really key for me, so that when one thing is sort of dipping, the others, you know, keeping it afloat. But yeah, it is one of those things where it does fluctuate. So very thankful for Patreon, very thankful for sponsorships. Like, you know, sponsorships are kind of annoying, like, for the viewer, but they do help a lot because it's like a consistent pay. Whereas like YouTube AdSense will fluctuate depending on like how many views you get. There's something that I did here that kind of made him look less like the character, I feel like. Hold on. Oh, my reference, I look up what I had on my references, it's Lotor, not Vax. Hold on. Vax. What happened here? Oh, interesting. Yeah, in the... Yes, in the TV show, they kind of give him like Itachi like bags under his eyes, which I feel like I need to include somehow. I got me a webcam too. I'm also technologically challenged, so is currently on the floor looking sad. Yeah, technology is so... It really stumps me, honestly. So Godspeed to the both of us. I love having live streams like this on while I work. Makes it more bearable and feels like I'm sitting with a friend. Yay! That is exactly what I'm going for, because I feel the same way about putting live streams on, like chatty live streams. Because I have like just the shortest attention span, and I just feel like my brain needs to be stimulated by like multiple things to stay on task. So even though I do, you know, get caught up in the chat in the best way possible when I'm doing these live streams, it's like I feel like I actually stay on task more when I do live streams, because like I know that you guys are watching, so I like feel like, okay, I need to like get back to this. Whereas if I'm not live streaming, sometimes I'll just like, you know, just end up scrolling on Instagram or something. So it's a win-win. What are the best ways to support you monetarily on YouTube/socials, like other than views, liking posts/comments, videos, saving posts, etc.? Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Honestly, like that's great. Like that's honestly like it's yeah, the free way to support me is just like engaging with my content. So the way that, as far as I know, the way that YouTube works specifically is like the algorithm, you know, the deep dark algorithm as they describe it. This was explained by Mike's Mike, so this is just the information that I'm getting from what he explained. Is basically they show your video and recommend it to like a certain percentage of people. And if a large percentage of those people, you know, engage with the video, like watch the whole thing, like it, comment, whatever, then it reaches more people. But I guess like in that initial wave, if it doesn't garner like a ton of attention right off the bat, then they might not recommend it as much. So like what I thought was interesting was in a recent YouTube video, someone had commented saying, they were like, oh, like, why don't you post as often anymore? This is like the only place like I follow you for your art. And I was like, oh, I wasn't really sure if they meant like, so when I first started my YouTube channel, I posted every week, like consistently. I've wound down to like two videos a month and then like one live stream ish. That's like kind of consistent. Sometimes there's more, but I was like, is that not a lot? Or have they just not seen my videos? Because not everybody checks their like some people only look at the homepage. Like some people don't actually check their subscription list, if that makes sense, on YouTube. So anyway, I feel the same. Ever since working from home, I have less chances to chat about hobbies, etc. So chatty live streams feel like conversations in the office, but geared towards stuff I like. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it feels like having a coworker, right? Last month I went to see CCS open house, and they told me that I'm on the right path to be accepted, but I got all the work, background anatomy, etc., and I'm working on anatomy, and it hurts my brain. Anatomy is intimidating, yeah. I am myself someone who I feel like is continuing to like work on that anatomy, I mean, and backgrounds. It's a lifelong journey, honestly. But good luck. I hope that it works out for you. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the small talk that happens at work, so I'm fine with working at home and using live streams / videos for company. That's fair. Small talk with coworkers can be different depending on your relationship and your dynamic with your coworkers. If it's whereas like live streams and like chatty videos, you can like pick the topic and the person and it might be more engaging for you. I can see what you mean by that. Cause like if you have like a much more casual, like distant relationship or dynamic with your coworkers, like small talk about like, what did you do this weekend? Or like, how are your kids doing? Or what are your thoughts on the weather? I don't know, like things like that can be kind of boring. Whereas I can imagine with like, you know, picking a live stream of someone playing a video game or whatever is like more engaging or more interesting. I guess for me, like when I worked my last job where I actually like worked with other people, my coworkers and I were really close. Like we were friends. And so it was a much more different dynamic than I think a lot of people have with potentially with their coworkers. My homepage always has a whole bunch of videos that I'm not interested in. I always go to my subscriptions. I always miss your shorts and it makes me mad. Aw. Well, going to your subscriptions list is definitely the best way to find what you've actually subscribed to. Anatomy is an area I am strong in, but doesn't necessarily translate to good drawings. That's the thing, right? Like everyone has their weaknesses and things that they need to work on. But it's good to recognize what you feel like you need to work on, because then you can actually hone in on that thing. But we're also our own worst critics, right? So you're probably being harder on yourself than you need to be. I'm going to introduce some purple because why not? Actually, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Let's see. I feel like his hair should probably be darker, but I don't know. Social media can be very demanding, almost too demanding for artists, specifically because realistically art takes time and posting something new and quality every day doesn't work for a lot of artists. Yes, 100%. Turn on I'm a Wonder's notifications to all and you will get the notifications. Hopefully Discord will help get your audience engaged as well, Tina. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Yes, notifications, like the little bell. I never say that in my videos, like turn on the notification bell, but I do think technically that's supposed to work. I have to look for your shorts, and ones that I never look at are always in my sub feed. It's annoying. Good coworkers make such a big difference. Yes, 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 yes. That was why, like, I stuck out my retail job for so long, honestly. I mean, there was, like, a couple of factors, but, like, retail in and of itself is, like, not fun at all. But I really, loved my coworkers. And I'm still friends with them. I don't get to see them as often, obviously, which is a bummer. But, yeah, that was a big part of why I stuck out that job for so long. Oh, right. I was gonna give him like the Itachi bags under his eyes. I don't know how to approach that. Let's see. Without it looking like really, yeah, maybe I'll just very lightly with colored pencils. YouTube needs a favorites feature like IG does. Aw. I love seeing a live notification. Yay, I'm glad. If I didn't have to solicit credit card apps and it paid a living wage, I would have gladly stayed in retail. Oh, wow. Okay, fair, fair. I guess I haven't had like a wide range of jobs, to be honest. Like most of my work experience was retail. So I guess I don't really have a lot to compare to, but that is a fair observation. What other social medias are out there that are decent and specifically tailored for artists? That's a tough one, honestly. Like I'm kind of thinking we're probably like I feel like we're waiting on the next one. I was talking about this earlier. Like I started out on something called the Otaku, then moved to DeviantArt, then to Tumblr, then to Instagram, now YouTube. And I'm sure there's got to be something next, because it does feel like Instagram is not anyone's favorite right now. So I feel like there's probably something else out there on the horizon. I just don't know what it is. Maybe it doesn't exist yet. There has been a few things that have like started but didn't really take off, like Artful. I know that was like someone, created that specifically to combat Instagram. I made an account there, but I have not been very active. I'm not really sure if it's very active over there, but yeah, we'll see. But that's the thing, that if anyone wants a little piece of hope, there's always something else. There's always going to be something else. If my many years on the internet have told me anything. The otaku, I haven't thought about that site in ages. I know, right? That's where I started. It's on my mind just because, I mean, talking about social media, I don't even know if that's even considered a social media. But that's on my mind because my friend, she was here at the beginning of the stream, but she and I met on the otaku. Or through the otaku. I don't know what's the best way of approaching that. But yeah. I get so nervous adding unique facial features. I get scared I put too much lines and then they look weird and old, but if I don't put any, then it's another generic face. I know, it is really intimidating. Yeah, it is. Thankfully, yeah, I think that's kind of the beauty with colored pencils is like you can go in kind of light and like work your way up to things. So that was kind of the benefit there with adding the little tired lines. Is I could do it subtly. I don't really know what I'm doing here. Hair eludes me, honestly. I'm trying to work on that. I always forget how I want to approach it. I like how Mob's hair was really easy. It's just like a helmet. I liked how I did that though. I've seen that Artful has a website in beta now, I think, so I assume they're slowly building up. I guess it's a matter of finding what works for you. Yes, yes. I mean, yeah, I'm happy to like explore other things, social media wise, if they seem viable. It's just hard to keep up with though. Like I was really resistant to joining TikTok for a long time. I finally did. If those of you don't know, I am on TikTok technically. Not super active over there, but I do have one. I'm a Wonder was unfortunately taken already, so I'm a Wonder Art on TikTok. And I also tried to revive my Tumblr, which is also I'm a Wonder Art because somebody else took I'm a Wonder. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to stay active and keep up with everything. Things are moving and changing all the time. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. But thank you for being here with me on YouTube. YouTube, obviously, like video form content is a lot of work and not for everybody. But I will say I do think that it is a social media. Is it a social media platform? I'm not really sure. But it is like something that I don't think is going to go anywhere anytime soon. If you're an artist who has been thinking about YouTube, I'm very, very glad to have started a YouTube channel. So I will say that. Tumblr is terrible for content creators these days. It's so funny because, like, yeah, I loved Tumblr back in the day, like in its heyday. And then, and then everyone moved to Instagram for the most part. And then when Twitter kind of just sort of was like going up in flames, a lot of people were joking about moving to Tumblr. And so I was like, oh, maybe I revived my Tumblr. Twitter was one that I actually resisted going to. And now I'm like kind of glad that I didn't go there because it seems to be on fire. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Happy to be here with you. Yay! Okay. I think we're like, we're pretty much there. Not completely finished, but we've basically gone through most of it. And you know what? This is my favorite part. This little tiger, little Hoshi tiger. I love the content I get from my TikTok for you page, but I hate going on the app. The TikTok is so aggressive. It feels very aggressive. But anyways, Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a long one, but I had a great time. And I will, of course, post the finished page of this when it is done. I'll probably maybe I'll work on the rest of it later today or tomorrow. Oh wait, tomorrow's the weekend, isn't it? We'll see. But anyway, just to summarize for those of you who might have came here late, Suga from BTS, Hoshi from 17, there's Suchwata episode. I did some thrifting this month, so I had gotten a really cute pleated skirt, cardigan, earrings, and little ceramic bowl, which I have here. Very cute. Dark Legolas, aka Vax from Vox Machina, and Mob Psycho. Very, very fun. I am probably going to continue on this little outline stickers vibe moving forward. I'm really glad that I took that chance. But yeah, y'all are amazing. I really appreciate you being here. And it was a great time. The next time I see you, so my Japan trip is April 2nd through the 10th or something. So normally that's basically within the window that I normally do a live stream. So I'm thinking, I don't know for sure, but I may or may not try to do maybe my March live stream on the 31st, right before my trip, maybe. If not, it will end up having to happen on the 14th or something, before or after my trip. So I will definitely post about it on all my channels and keep you guys in the loop. So that's when I will see you next for a live stream. But new YouTube videos will be coming, don't you worry. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.